know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the God of Light and the God of Darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Eruditio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, this is our history that every scholar in Eruditio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you. Or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Engines roaring and ready to go.
Nothing beats the adrenaline rush.
3, 2, 1, go! I feel like a monster on this thing. Heads up! Engine blast! Overdrive! Engine blast! Engine blast!
Hitting the apex. Too slow. Out of my way. Hitting the apex. Nice right, but I prefer mine.
I'm cheap, still hit a chick like, yo, can I borrow your Netflix? She a feminist, she think I'm sexist, twisting my words, I think she dyslexic. Give me my space, I'm intergalactic. Before I give you my Insta password, I'll give you the pin to my Amex. Alright, this ain't stainless steel, it's platinum.
I totally forgot about recording anything, but there's Sina with Layla, Raz, Basha, and there's a one too. Don't know her name yet. Yes. You can write your name. In-game name, something you... The game didn't even start yet. She's like, at the party. General is here! Gaza General is here!
Absence made the love grow fonder. UK rapper, UK drill, gotta mention my name. If you talk about it and them celebrate Eid, the trap's still running on Christmas Day. How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay. Hit man in a clutch, I see a man topless, even a stick.
I brought my phone charger, but I forgot my phone. I don't bring it.
You didn't bring your phone?
Yeah, it's not.
This dumbass didn't bring his phone. Hey, barbecue time! My husband was here. This is my bias. Oh, that's your bias? Mommy likes Stray Kids. I like Shiga. Trying to get the angle. Oh my god, okay.
Get to the club in my taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rocking kicks? She gotta be from out of town.
Nami and Moonton dropped me off at the airport. I am going to check in now. I already checked it. I need to go to security. I'll talk to y'all after that. Bye bye.
This ain't stainless steel, it's platinum. Dinner table, I got manners. T-shirt tucked in, napkin. Still loading us the caption. I've only amounted a minimal fraction. Eat good, I got indigestion. There's snow in my hood, no aspirin. Can't get rid of my pain with aspirin. Dave just came in at Aston. I'm making that Maybach music. They're trying to insult my intelligence. Something I may ask.
Payback time. My world is the sky! You don't know how close death is. My pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the God of Light and the God of Darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Eruditio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, this is our history that every scholar in Eruditio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you. Or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Engines roaring and ready to go.
Nothing beats the adrenaline rush.
3, 2, 1, go! I feel like a monster on this thing. Heads up! Engine blast! Overdrive! Engine blast! Engine blast!
Hitting the apex. Too slow. Out of my way. Hitting the apex. Nice ride, but I prefer mine.
I'm cheap, still hit a chick like like, yo, can I borrow your Netflix? She a feminist, she think I'm sexist. Twisting my words, I think she dyslexic. Give me my space, I'm intergalactic. Before I give you my Insta password, I'll give you the pin to my Amex. Alright. This ain't stainless steel, it's platinum.
I totally forgot about recording anything, but there's Cena with Layla, Raz, Basha, and there's a one too. Don't know her name yet. Yes. You can write your name, in-game name, something you. After party. Game didn't even start yet. She's like after party. General is here. Cousin General is here.
Absence made the love grow fonder. UK rapper, UK droga. I mention my name if you talk about it. And them celebrate Eid. The trap still running on Christmas Day. How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay. Hit man in a truck, I see a man topless, even a stick.
I brought my phone charger, but I forgot my phone. I don't bring it.
You didn't bring your phone?
Yeah, it's not.
This dumbass didn't bring his phone. Hey, barbecue time! My husband was here. This is my bias. Oh, that's your bias? Mommy likes Stray Kids. I like Shiga. Trying to get the angle. Oh my god, okay.
Get to the club in my taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rocking kicks? She gotta be from out of town.
Mommy and Moonton dropped me off at the airport. I am going to check in now. I already checked it. I need to go to security. I'll talk to y'all after that. Bye bye.
This ain't stainless steel, it's platinum. Dinner table, I got manners. T-shirt tucked in, napkin. Still loading us the caption. I've only amounted a minimal fraction. Eat good, I got indigestion. Been slow in my hood, no aspirin. Can't get rid of my pain with aspirin. Dave just came in at Aston. I'm making that Maybach music. They're trying to insult my intelligence. Something I may ask.
Payback time. My world is the sky! You don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born. And with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the god of light and the god of darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Eruditio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, this is our history that every scholar in Eruditio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you. Or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Engines roaring and ready to go.
Nothing beats the adrenaline rush.
3, 2, 1, go! I feel like a monster on this thing. Heads up! Engine blast! Overdrive! Engine blast! Engine blast!
Hitting the ETA. Too slow. Out of my way. Hitting the ETA. Nice ride, but I prefer mine.
Like, yo, can I borrow your Netflix? She a feminist, she think I'm sexist. Twisting my words, I'm fishy dyslexic. Give me my space, I'm intergalactic. Before I give you my Insta password, I'll give you the pin to my Amex. Alright. This ain't stainless steel, it's platinum.
I totally forgot about recording anything, but there's Cena with Layla, Raz, Basha, and there's a one too. Don't know her name yet. Yes, yes, yes. You can write your name, in-game name, something you... Game didn't even start yet. She's like, at the party. General is here. Cousin General is here.
Just gotta see me, I'm winning. Now I'm getting bangs like Live-O's. Running for the corner like 5-0. This scam would have prospered. Floating and I won't go under. Been out of town for a month. Absence made the love grow fonder. UK rapper, UK drill, gotta mention my name. If you talk about it and them celebrate Eid, the trap's still running on Christmas Day. How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay. Hit man in a top, I see a man topless, even a stick.
I brought my phone charger, but I forgot my phone. I don't bring it.
You didn't bring your phone?
Yeah, it's not.
This dumbass didn't bring his phone. Hey, barbecue time! My husband was here. This is my bias. Oh, that's your bias? Mommy likes Stray Kids. I like Shiga. Trying to get the angle. Oh my god, okay.
Get to the club in my taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rocking kicks? She gotta be from out of town.
Mommy and Moonton dropped me off at the airport. I am going to check in now. I already checked it. I need to go to security. I'll talk to y'all after that. Bye bye.
This ain't stainless steel, it's platinum. Dinner table, I got manners. T-shirt tucked in, napkin. Still loading, that's the caption. I've only amounted a minimal fraction. Eat good, I got indigestion. There's snow in my hood, no aspirin. Can't get rid of my pain with aspirin. Dave just came in at Aston, I'm making that Maybach music. They're trying to insult my intelligence, something I may ask.
Payback time. My world is the sky! You don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the god of light and the god of darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Eruditio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, this is our history that every scholar in Eruditio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you. Or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Engines roaring and ready to go.
Nothing beats the adrenaline rush.
3, 2, 1, go! I feel like a monster on this.
Welcome back to the House of Pisces X Nighthorde tournament. This is week 2, day 3 of the top 16s match, and the House of Pisces has partnered up with Nighthorde and MLSA to provide 16 teams the opportunity to compete in a single elimination tournament for a total prize pool of $1,000 USD and 100k diamonds provided by Moonton. Now, the schedule today that we have are all going to be best of 3 series. This is going to be day 3, Saturday, the 21st. And the teams that we got today are going to be Bloodhounds versus Cloudbound Academy at 6:30 EST, Empyrean versus Nighthorde at 8 p.m. EST, and Avalon versus Dark Immortals at 9:30 EST. Now, today on the Cash's desk, we have 2 beautiful hosts coming out today. We have Mr. and Quirky right here on the left side and Rem on the right side. Deku, how you guys doing today?
Man, I'm feeling awesome. I'd be lying if I tell you I don't feel a little tired. I'm working a double shift with the cast today, but I'm hoping these teams can wake me up, get me back in full swing, get excited. But alongside with me, it's been a while since I've been on the desk with my main man, Rim, Master Rim. How you feeling?
I'm doing good. You know, it's been a long time, so it's a little bit of a family reunion, if you may, on the caster's desk here. But you've been busy, and so has these teams, as we are already into the draft here, right? On the blue side, we have Bloodhounds versus the red side, which is Cloudbound Academy. And there's already some strong picks on the board on both sides, right? We're seeing a lot of mobility as well as dive coming in from the side of Bloodhounds, but there is still some poke potential in response to that dive coming in from the side of Cloudbound. So very strong drafting so far, especially for the side of Bloodhounds though.
And these guys are moving fast. If I dare say, maybe they know about each other a little bit, because I mean they're firing through the drafts, the bands.
I mean they're going for dive. They gotta be quick with it.
They are going for dive, man. This is absolutely insane. I do have to say, I've been casting some other tournaments. I was just casting Physical Games 10, which is over in Russia, with a couple of those pro teams from over there. And these bands are so just out of order from what I've seen from over there. It's normally kind of ban the big three supports, you know, the Mathilda, the Raph, the Angela, and then they kind of handle maybe either utility jungles or a couple of those big initiating XPs like the Terizla that's here, and things of that nature. So seeing all of these things come out is just absolutely wild, man. You don't see Mathilda and Raph get let through too often, but I'm excited because I never get to see them get played, and now I get to see them used in the competitive setting between Bloodhounds and Cloudbound Academy. By the way, Rim, do you have any information on this team? I've kind of been away from the NA stuff a little bit. I have no idea about who even the original Cloudbound is.
I can't say I'm familiar. So this is kind of like their debut here. So I'm hoping that they put on a great show. I mean, their drafting seems pretty solid, right? They are able to secure some meta picks, some good utility coming in with the Rafaela, especially when you're going up against something like the Terizla as well as the Khalid, right? There's a lot of dive. I will say though, even though she is running that Purify right now, I think she should still go for something with a little bit more escapability with that flicker. I think there's a way more outplay potential if she were to run that flicker over the Purify, but that's neither here nor there. But no, I haven't really heard about them before. This is my first time seeing them. Like I said, they are really good at drafting. I do like the Lilia up against the Mathilda. It's a very safe pick, especially going up against that type of composition. She does have the black shoes there. It did receive a little bit of an adjustment, but I think she's still pretty solid. We've come to see the utility that she's capable of, and that's where she can potentially excel over the Mathilda, right? Offering some of those slows and then them having the boost up as well as immunity to being slowed with the Rafaela. So I think it's pretty solid what they have going on for them.
I'd have to agree there, and honestly, I was a little concerned about seeing this Ixia get picked up. Her main thing has kind of been a lot of the dive compositions really can counter out pretty hard because she has to remain mobile to let out that full barrage. But something they do have working in their favor with the Lilia combined with the Raphaelia, now you have a lot of kiting potential, a little extra movement speed like you've been talking about to deal with the Khalid, deal with the Terizla. It's still no easy matchup whatsoever, especially with Mathilda, who can help them close the gap pretty decently. But it's a bit of playability here with that pick, those couple picks there. So I think maybe they'll be able to create some space. But then again, I have no idea what their skill is skill wise.
Yeah.
I don't know about Bloodhounds. I know Bloodhounds could probably find a way to chip through this if they're not that I don't know what's the word, experienced, I guess, with these type of compositions.
Yeah, and speaking of compositions, both has been locked in. I'm not too sure how I feel with this Ruby pick, right? It's clearly going to be a 1-3-1 composition coming in from this side of Bloodhounds right now. But I will say though, the Selena pick can sometimes be a hit or miss in terms of not having enough burst potential, but easy peasies on a Granger. And the point of Granger is to snowball, so you'll be able to get that initial burst as early as possible when he does secure his first core item. I'm not too sure again how I feel about the Ruby though, but Deku, I'm gonna pause and pass it over. Take us into the first game here.
I mean, remember, loading up here, this is going to be a battle of superiority maybe from the side of Bloodhounds, going for the 1-3-1 up against the debut Cloudbound Academy team here, and I'm definitely excited to see what they can bring on. We're only moments away from heading through the portal, landing in the land of dawn, and there they go, off to the races. Bloodhounds, Cloudbound Academy, first match, best of 3 series. Anyone can take it, but Rim, take it away yourself and talk about maybe some win conditions here from the early game.
Definitely early game is in favor of Bloodhounds, right? Going in for something like this Selena as well as the Matilda, the Abyssal Arrow has to connect is most likely going to be in that roam position. So I think as long as they can take advantage of their early game and get this Granger online as fast as possible, that's going to be their keys to victory here. Now, if you look at the side of Cloudbound Academy, though, they really have to play for the gold lane. Ixia, once she's able to secure her first core items, that's where she shines. She does have that flicker, and you can combo the flicker with that ultimate. And the burst damage that it dishes out is really something to look forward to here. But an Abyssal Arrow lands here onto YPC very early on, and that's the aggression Bloodhound needs.
You're not lying at all. It's exactly what you need to see, especially with the Selena, who we know isn't exactly, your typical mage. Not going to be able to scale to bring on the damage. Look at Ooga Booga forcing the flicker out early on Dagger and going to go ahead and get the recall. Can you just go ahead and look to maybe crash this next wave? Maybe actually it's not going to be there in time, but it is going to delay Dagger here from farming up during this laning phase.
It's really going to be hard, right? Laning against something like the Khalid, he has a lot of damage in the early game, but he also has the sustainability to sustain that damage as well as heal himself back up. So he has everything on the board. But speaking of having things on the board, he's going to go ahead and secure that first blood, and that's going to be the jungler down for Cloudbound. But they're not done here, Deku.
Not at all. Easy peasy picks up a kill as well. And now Bloodhounds sitting comfortably with a 2-0 lead. With the turtle spawning interim, this should be an easy transition for them. I don't think Cloudbound is accurately in a good spot to go ahead and contest this, especially with the roam coming in a little late. But I might be wrong. YPC is stepping up. He does want to contest this. It's a level disadvantage for him. Easy peasy is up 1, but he is going to go ahead and lose it. Easy peasy locks it down. A desperation, and huge penalty zone comes out. Easy peasy will find a kill, and again, Bloodhound will be unanswered, and Cloudbound kind of letting this slip away from him.
Yeah, and I feel like when you have something like the Lilia, you can afford to give up objectives because it's easy to find a trade-off on the other side of the map, right? She can tower dive and take the first few shots and then pop the black shoe. So they really need to get Dagger online right now. But speaking of getting things online,
the Bizzle era and Booga following up with the Tornado Storm will find his second kill of the game, and that's not what you want to see if you're Cloudbound Academy.
and you really have to fare a Selena with good positioning, right? We're not seeing Totnak here taking these direct shots. Speaking of direct shots, landing another here, but it's just being able to find the right angles and being able to, speaking of finding things here, Ooga Booga takes another kill, but a flash.
An ultimate barrage flickering over the purple wall, but it's not going to be able to get into a good position. Bogarosco will one combo Dagger here, and the fight will unfold. Death finds the shutdown. Toknak trades back onto YPC. The members are low. Toknak picks up a double. We'll be able to find the triple. Actually, no, Easy Peasy took that second kill. I stand corrected. But the point is, Bloodhound is in control.
I mean, they're definitely putting the blood in Bloodhounds, right? And they're actually acting like hounds right now because they're on a roll. It's 9-1. We're seeing them heavy on the aggression, right? The gold lead is just about over 3K here for the side of Bloodhounds. They have secured some of these fierce neutral objectives. And if we look at Easy Peasy's level right now, he's level 8 compared to YPC, who's level 5. And we're seeing him not being able to find online, but he might find Matilda here. No.
Gonna be able to displace himself. Easy Peasy will walk down an easy kill on the YPC. Now letting the Death Sonata go at point blank range. One more auto, and that's a double. A 2-piece, please, for Easy Peasy.
Man, the rotations and the aggression is just too much. And again, off camera, down in the bot side, they were able to take Dagger down yet again. And you're sitting at 0-3 for your gold laner. Only under 5 minutes in the game, sorry. That's not a good sign, especially when you're looking at a gold laner that has to scale up. She did try to go in for that Blade of Despair first item, but only thing that's in despair here is her emotions here.
Ooga Booga has a lockdown, but a 3-man penalty zone. Dino's in a 1v3, and we know about number advantage as YPC will pick up his first kill of the game. But it only took him 4 deaths to get here. He had to make a couple mistakes, but finally fixing things up. But Ooga Booga 5th kill. Make that 6 in the game. He has completely dominated one half of the map. He's a one-man army now. Bokarosco looking for another one-shot combo onto Dagger. Easy peasy. Kill secure. Okay, because it's a team game. Will walk up and find his 6th kill of the game as well.
Man, Cloudbound, it's so hard for them to find their navigation here. Speaking of finding things,
PC tried to pick up the kill on Easy Peasy, but he will be denied. And the Granger from the side of Bloodhound now, godlike, it has been reached. It's 16-2 Rim. It's a 7k gold deficit as Ooga Booga. And a 1v2 calls out the Raging Sandstorm. Not able to find the kill, but now here comes Toadknack with the Abyssal Arrow. The stun might help him out, but the I'm Offended in the shadow energy from Delta Soul will actually take the kill. Toadknack with another arrow. Doesn't want to commit, but here comes the rest of the team of Bloodhounds. It won't be long. Bokarosco flickers in, circling Eagle. Easy peasy will take down Delta Soul. They just can't happen to stay alive. An abyssal arrow from Toadknack and the execution strike from Dino. That's not the only thing extinct out here. The members of Cloudbound Academy are being completely shut out right now.
you know, they're definitely getting sent up into the clouds constantly, right? It's like, say one prayer as a member has fallen, and then another one goes to meet them shortly after. Bloodhounds are just not giving them a chance to breathe here. Another abyssal arrow connecting. And Toadknack is someone you have to look out for. His stun potential is almost at 100% here, right? We need to see a little bit more dodging capabilities coming in from the side of Cloudbound Academy.
Ooh.
But
look at the flank, 3-man knockup, Raging Sandstorm! Bloodhounds, talk about a wombo combo. You just saw a wipeout in the blink of an eye, and it all started from the mid laner, from the side of BH. What an initiation and the follow-up, the execution, the level of synergy that you're seeing from Bloodhounds is what you expect from an NACT top 4 team.
now, I know you said I just saw a wipeout there, but I don't know what I saw. It happened so fast. I feel like my life flashed before my eyes, and I'm not even the one in the game right now. But speaking of being game, Bloodhounds steady pushing into the base of Cloudbound Academy, and Abyssal Arrow lands, and a clash engages here.
And all you need is a stun, and it's done. Easy peasy walking down on Dagger. Huge I'm Offended, though, but they just don't have the damage. Dagger's already gone. Easy peasy picks up a 3-piece. McNugget, where's the sauce? As they are taking advantage of Cloudbound's inexperience. Looking to take the high ground tower on the bot side. Toadknack lands another abyssal arrow. Death able to escape it just a little longer, but look at the damage, forcing out the black boots onto Delta Soul. Bloodhounds wants to stay. They're not looking to play for much longer. The ultimate barrage comes out from Dagger, but it's just nothing. They have no gold. They have no damage. The 3-man set. Ooga Booga will find one. Easy peasy will find the other. And right now you see a stumble. Bokarosco looking for the backside again. Will find the kill. Will sacrifice. Bloodhounds can take this right here, right now, but members are falling. It's a 1v3. Delta Soul caught by Toadknack. They just can't avoid the stuns. Better yet, they can't avoid anything. It's 30-6. It seems whatever Bloodhounds is throwing, it's landing as another arrow connects, almost taken out. This is absolutely insane. Execution strike and penalty zone from Dino. Again, they can dodge nothing. Where's the footwork? Where's the evasive maneuvers? Bloodhounds cannot miss.
I mean, at this point, it's impossible for them to miss, right? That goal lead that I mentioned was just about 3K. Just 3 minutes ago has now risen to over 5K right now. And if we look at these levels here again, easy peasy, already reaching max level before that 10-minute mark. YPC still there at that level 9, which is something that was set up from the get-go, right? Looking at Dino right now, he's zoning them out, and that's just something that this Terizla can do. He can be dropped quite low, but he does have that bloodless axe going for him, so he does have a lot of that sustainability coming in. We're already seeing him working on that wave to get the minions synced up. The rest of the members working on that top side, as we're seeing the other two pushing in that mid lane, as well as this Lord here. And I'm gonna take a breath and pass it away for this engagement.
And that was a holy baptism. I don't know if it's gonna be enough.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness! Dino! Who is this man? Ooga Booga and Dino have combined for the ultimate engage and the ultimate ending. It's a maniac as Bloodhounds closes out game 1 up against Cloudbound Academy.
See, y'all, the meteor, it was right. It knew what the dinosaurs were capable of, so they were doing us a favor, right? At this point, we should be saying thank you because Cloudbound sees how it's like to live amongst the extraterrestrial, and it's not a good experience. If we look at some of the itemizations coming in here, easy peasy, being able to secure 4 of his core items. He has the full penetration as well as the additional damage with that Blade of Despair. And that's not 1, but 2 on the entire team. Ooga Booga getting quite fed in that gold lane early on, as we can see by the KDA coming in from Dagger. He had an easier time. If we look at some of the damage being dealt here, easy peasy again. One of the highlights in terms of damage, but in terms of overall team fight participation, Totnak, Dino, as well as Boca Roscoe, their synergy has been on point. And Ooga Booga, once he was able to get out of that lane, he was shining in the lane, but he shung in these team fights here.
I mean, this was just, it was an absolute bloodbath. You know what, Rim? I asked you earlier if you had any information about Cloudbound Academy, and you know what? I think I've already found out why they are the Academy team. There's much to learn, young Grasshopper, when we're talking about competing in these tournaments at this level. Boy, oh boy, did Bloodhounds waking me up. Specifically, Dino and Ooga Booga, man. The raging sandstorms, the penalty zones, even Boca Roscoe. He set up a crazy tower dive at that tier 2 in the mid lane, and I was just like, whoa, what happened to Bloodhound since I last saw them? It seems like their synergy is on another level. Either that or Bloodhound Academies is just free, but it's still cool to watch regardless.
I mean, yeah, definitely. And we can't even forget about these abyssal arrows, right? It's kind of the same impact of landing some iron hooks if you had a Franco on the board. The more it connects, the more efficient that it's going to be for your team. And I was not expecting the Selena to do quite well. I did think that they had such a good engage, right? If it hit the Lilia, you have something like the Rafaela. She also has her black shoes kind of disengage. If it hit the Ixia, you have the Rafaela again. They just had a lot of disengage potential, but unfortunately the synergy was just not there. And to make anything possible, you need to have the synergy. You can have the draft, but you also need to have the mindset and coordination to make that draft work, and that's what we saw. But speaking of drafts, we're in the draft of the second game right now, looking at Cloudbound's bands. We're seeing this oh my god, what is her name? I cannot remember. The Benedetta. Benny, yes, Benny being taken out for them, and in response to that, we're seeing the X-Borg as well as the Arlot.
And you know, honestly, I'm questioning Cloudbound Academy's bans here. Don't get me wrong, Boca plays a pretty nasty Navaria, right? But I'm not sure about this Benedetta ban, especially if it's Ooga Booga. Oh, actually, I guess Ooga Booga was playing in the gold lane, so I guess it's for easy peasy there, or Dino, I mean, to go ahead and take that away. But no Mathilda ban. Oh, what? Hey, whoa, what's going on? Bloodhound said we don't even need those top priority picks to go ahead and take you down. They're locking in the dire off
into the roam later on. You never know. See?
You see this Harley?
So there's potential.
Hey man, the Joker's.
Is that Zero there? Is that Zero piloting?
It could be. You know what I'm talking about? But all I know is the Jokers are out of the deck at this point. It's a good one. Anyways, over for the side of Cloudbounds, man. I don't know exactly what's going on. They're really gearing up for some late game with the Sicilian, with the Uranus here in their composition. These are really early for picks that aren't exactly prio. I mean, obviously Bloodhounds is kind of doing the same thing, but Bloodhounds is up 1-0, and clearly they can win if they choose to do so. So I'm kind of wondering exactly what game Cloudbound's playing at. Okay, there we go. There, that's a prio pick. We get the Earthful. Now we're cooking. We're starting. It's sauteing.
I mean, they were hovering over that Diggy pick. Currently, as it stands, there is no reason for that Diggy. I feel like it needs to be a reason for you to pick up something like that, especially when you're going for these late game, right? You have the Erythel, you have the Sicilian. Having some frontline presence that can help them against the heavy dive that we know Bloodhounds is capable of
would definitely be their best bet here. And now that they secured something like the Fanny, I would expect to see something like the Kaja that's still open. You know, he can counter the Fanny, he can counter the Dorath, and as well as the Harley when he goes in to land those cards onto you there. So I do think that would be a pretty solid pick for them to get some suppression on the board. But they need a little bit more frontline presence. That Uranus is not going to be able to get that job done alone, especially when you're going up against something like the Dorath that can provide some of that armor shredding. So definitely something that they have to keep in mind, and I hope that they have answers for it.
Yeah, man, hope is all you can do at this point, but maybe you want to throw in a hope and a prayer while you're at it when you're talking about the matchup with between these two teams, man. I always hope to become a millionaire, but it's been 23 years and it ain't hit yet, so maybe I got to start praying as well. I don't know. But in between these two teams, what we're seeing right now, things are looking a little interesting. I feel like, obviously, Cloudbound, I assume this is their best. They're pulling out their best. The Sicilian got banned out from Bloodhound last match, so you know, a little bit of insight there. I guess they know they like to play it. But from the side of Bloodhounds, I feel like I'm watching TOB play everybody else during NACT regular season. Man, this is literally things they would take when they're just. Yeah, it's PTSD for some people, if you ask, depending on who you ask. For me, it was pure entertainment, but for others, man, it was nothing but a slap in the face. Hanabi is getting banned out here. I have no Ooga Booga. Okay, yeah. I get it. Yeah, it doesn't make sense, but it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. Oh no. I
feel like not you should have gave him the Hanabi.
Not the Blade of the Spirit Kufra.
You know, he's been building. Was it glowing on that as well? I know he was abusing some of the magic items as well because of his bouncing ball capabilities.
Wrap it up.
He is going to wrap up when he goes into that magic ball. He's going to wrap it up for sure. But I will say something a little bit more conventional in terms of drafting here. I like the side of Cloudbound's draft this time around, right? I do think the Minotaur with the Minoan Fury having some of that knockup potential, but they're going to have to really have work for these team fights here. They definitely gonna have to synergize a lot more, you know.
You said you like their composition. Yeah,
it's not.
Are you under the influence of marijuana?
Wait.
Are you okay?
They have the saber.
What do you think that is?
The Fanny.
They have the saber. What do you think? Do you think this is M3 Mobazane? What are we talking about here? It's a horrible pick. It's absolutely terrible. First of all, let's really break it down, okay? You got 3 late game carries potential. Well, 2 late game carries and a late game XP. The Sicilian, the Irithel, and Uranus. You mean to tell me the only pick you took to bridge the gap from early to late is a saber? Yeah, wrap this up. Anyways, heading into game 2, Bloodhounds looking to bring out the brooms and a sweep Cloudbound Academy. But Arim, since you love the composition, go ahead and break down some win conditions and how you see maybe this thing could turn into something beautiful.
Get to late game. That's their win condition right now.
Wrap it up. If that's the win condition, it's over with, man. You're not getting guided there by Saber. But I tell you what, if Cloudbound Academy is able to take down Bloodhounds, I'm going to have to reevaluate my mentality towards the game of Mobile Legends as a whole. Because even with the picks Bloodhounds has chosen to take, there's just no way. It's just no way I see them losing out here. Dino level 1, no one jumping on him. No one's gonna try to put any type of damage on him. Okay, finally Sicilian on a little chip and dip there, but that's it. Bloodhounds is all right. Volley shots coming out from Totenek, half HP on the dagger. I just don't know, Rim. I just don't know if the late game's gonna happen.
Oh, this is a jungle Kufra in the
it's disrespectful
right now. We're staying easy peasy though. They are being a little bit on the aggressive side, and I'll tell you why. Even though it's not conventional, why I like the Kufra, right? They do know the saber was there to counter the Fanny, but he is being countered right now.
Yeah, you like this too, Rim? Oh, wait a minute, YPC! Is that you, Boba? Hold up, I may have spoken too soon. Cloudbound Academy might be the best team in North America at the moment. There goes the pop-up there. Ooga Booga's in trouble. Can Boca Roscoe save him? YPC picks up a double kill, but here comes Dino looking to find the kill. He gets revenge, and back to the base he goes.
See, I told you, I see a lot of potential in their draft, right? I think they have some answers across the board. Speaking of things being across the board, it's now even 2-2, as we did see Easy Peasy was able to secure that kill in his top side. Now, the reason why I like the Kufra in the junk position, it gives them a tank or a roamer, so to say. We do see Saber picking up another kill top side. But Dino's camping him out, though. But continuing what I was saying with this jungle Kufra, it gives them some tankiness for that late game. And then Dino's going to be able to pick up these buffs when Ooga Booga doesn't need to get those stacks up there. But speaking of stacks up,
I'm not gonna lie. Is this a family friendly stream? Because that I got some things to say with some choice words. I don't know what's going on. As we just saw a 1v1 happen, it ends in a positive for both. I don't know how that counter factors in. Dino gets caught with a knockup, but no Fury falls. Ooga Booga though showing superiority. Death finds the kill on to Dino. Easy Peasy trades him right back out, living up to the name and delivering pain. Back on to one. I don't even know what that guy's name is. He kills Barcode because that name is actually, it's a horrible name to have. That's really bad. Someone's got to work on that. But either way, Booga now on the invade, taking the purple buff away from YPC, who by the way is 3-2. I don't know how he was able to pick up 3 kills, but he did it. We got to respect it, Rim.
yeah, absolutely right. But again, something that happened in the previous game that Cloudbound has not corrected yet. There is no focus into this gold lane. You're running something with like the Aretha that has the ability to kite around Bloodhounds, but you're not giving her any opportunities to do so. Instead, you're trying to go gank Easy Peasy in the EXP lane. It just, the rotation choices are going to shoot them in the leg. Oh,
hang on. Wait a minute. Boca Roscoe with the Deadly Magic finds the kill. Here comes Dino. Oh, that's definitely a kill skill. I'm not going to call that a kill secure. That was absolutely a discounted kill. He definitely stole it. But with that happening, Easy Peasy, no friends to help him this time. He gets soloed. There finds the solo kill in the 1v1 up against Def, who now has 3 deaths as they find the tower bot side. Now Totenak and company looking to jump onto Barcode. Scam! What's the price? $3.99. No one able to save him. Hang on, wait. Minoan's Fury. Nah, it doesn't matter. Ooga Booga finds the kill. Now here comes Dagger. I don't know what think he's about to do. A 1v1 is not in his cards. Ooga Booga narrowly missing the knockup, but still gonna be able to find the kill courtesy of Boca Roscoe. Booga is gonna die out to the turret shots. Gonna go to Dagger. Count it in for his KDA column. Whoa, wait a minute. Boca Roscoe aggressive picks up the double, and Todak should be able to get another tower. YPC bringing in Easy Peasy. I think he went for the ultimate a little too early. Not gonna be able to find the kill. Easy Peasy is out. He is safe.
and his name is kind of like a taunt at this point, right? And we're seeing Dino already trying to secure this blue buff, and if he's able to pick this up, which I think he pretty much will, that's just going to be more trouble for him because he's going to have a blue buff, and we know how blue dependent a pick like this Fanny is. But YPC comes in.
Dino wants that blue buff, but you got to respect the YPC. You got to respect the Saber. As odd as it sounds, you definitely got to respect it, man. It's just a little dangerous with that triple sweep action.
And looking at, speaking of danger here, we're already seeing the Sicilian getting bursted down. That's going to be a kill into the hands of Boca Roscoe, but Easy Peasy with the backup. They're looking for some beef right now. Oh, forcing out that flicker. Good baiting of utilities there, but in the bot side,
Dagger gets taken out by Dino. Meanwhile, Ooga Booga picks up a turtle for the side of Bloodhounds. That's going to bring that gold lead for them up to 6K right now. Cloudbound feeling the suffocation from Bloodhounds.
Dagger is not looking like a dagger right now. It's giving a butter knife. There's no edge to it. It's not sharp, and that's not his fault at all. It's the fault of the team. Like I mentioned before, there is no rotations coming in. The only time the mage rotates is up to the top side. It doesn't. What is a Uranus going to do if you get him online? You know, there's no damage coming in from him.
None. But speaking of damage, Bocarasco finds one, Dino finds another on the other side of the map. Right now, Cloudbound can do nothing but fall apart. YPC, it's a futile attempt. He's going to be taken out by Ooga Booga, his third kill of the game. Now he's working on Barcode, scanning him down. They should be able to find the kill. Easy Peasy is definitely going to look to go over the wall, look to connect. And here comes Dino, physical penetration online, and Ooga Booga will go ahead and pick up a fourth kill. Please take the items down. It's ridiculous. The T belt. He's starting to build the daggers. You know what comes after that. We don't want to see that, man. That's hurtful. If they play this back for the VOD review, that you know they need to look at. I don't know if Cloudbound original is going to make them look at, or Cloudbound coaches, Cloudbound esports, whoever it is. It's going to be bad to see that. Petrify from Dino, but no energy. Not going to be able to find the kill. YPC stepping up. Got the blades out. Can't find anyone to ult just yet. Ooga Booga finds a tower. Somehow the split push Kufra is on line. Tyrant's Revenge onto YPC. And that's going to be all she wrote down there on the bot side of the map.
And there's not really much they can do, right? They had the late game in their hands, but unfortunately they just made it a lot harder for that to happen. And speaking of things being hard to accept here, Uranus gonna be bursted down, and there's a reason why he's not considered a real planet, right? Oh, it's not Pluto, it's Pluto. Oops, my bad, you guys. But it's giving the same thing, right? Because he's non-existent at this point. I really don't know. Easy peasy, diving really deep there.
Definitely. I thought that was going to be a bit of a problem, but he's able to flicker out quite quickly. Dino, what is he thinking? Triple sweep. YPC. He's going to die, but that was still a very funny interaction to watch happen. We just saw that almost happen to Easy Peasy, but unfortunately, Dino was not as lucky to avoid death when it happened back to him.
It's a bird. It's a plane. Nope. It's just a saber. But honestly, anytime you see something like that happening, it's so satisfying because you really never see that interaction happening often as well. But speaking of interactions here, Bloodhounds was able to secure that first Lord of the game. We're already seeing them applying this pressure in lanes. This Aretha is very brave being alone that deep there with the Fanny on the board here. But we're already seeing them poking down Barcode. Harley's going in. Baited out the Minonian Fury there, so that's going to leave them with a little bit less points on the defense for this Lord here.
Absolutely is, and right now Bloodhound looking poised. They're ready for the siege. Tyrant's Revenge. Easy Peasy finds the kill. Bocarasco finds another Dino, picks up, and Easy drops a double. That's almost a complete wipeout. It's nothing left besides Delta Soul and a couple crushed dreams, because everything is all over now for Cloudbound Academy, even with the passive. But of course, Dino has to be the one goofy troopy from Bloodhounds to go ahead and die somehow, some way in a 5v1. But right now, Bloodhound's going to go ahead and take this mid-high ground tower. Bocarasco got a stat pad a little bit. Trying to secure the MVP, won't be able to find that kill. Cloudbound would actually be able to defend this. I'm a little thrown off here. I feel like Bloodhound was going to go ahead and win. I already set up my outro. But Easy Peasy almost one-shots. But no, gets punished. Delta Soul picks up the shutdown. Bloodhounds, what's going on here, my boy?
Now, you see, Cloudbound Academy, they're finding some answers. I feel like they had the ability to find answers way earlier on. Right now, they're back against the wall. Yeah, we saw YPC securing that double kill in the early game, right? I feel like they had so much. But they had potential though, right? They definitely had potential. It's just the rotations on their synergy. They deny their gold lane so much. If we look at the gold coming in right now, Aretha is sitting at 6K compared to the Bruno, who's at 8K right now. He's rich. He's won the lottery. He is eating 5-star meals, right? And that's courtesy of his team. Look at their economy right now. They're in a good place. They're financially stable. The economy is definitely on their side. But Ooga Booga looking for the charge. He's not going to go in though, but I like that Bloodhound is still keeping the pressure on.
And that's exactly what they got, is a lot of pressure on them. Honestly, I'm a little surprised they haven't just decided to take the fight to Cloudbound and just end the game. I mean, it's 40K to 28. This is absolutely a fight they would just automatically win if they actually, I don't know, put a little bit of effort there to go ahead and close out this match. But they're not even going to be able to find the high ground tower down here. Maybe they need the lower. Wait a minute, Dino takes out Dagger. Now Easy Peasy with the follow-up. He's going to flicker out. Triple sweep should come out, and it will, but it'll take him a mile away from base. His Barcode will pick up a kill. Ooga Booga takes out YPC. Look at Tote next, stepping up with the volley shots. Wants to take down Death. Will he be able to get it? Yes, he will. Lock it on to the base is Boca Roscoe with the Harley, and now Totenak will join in, and that will be all she wrote. It's going to be a clean sweep from Bloodhound.
Man, beautiful games being played from the side of Bloodhound Academy. We saw them having a more conventional draft in the first time around. This time, though, they switched it up a little bit, but it still worked, right? Again, there was some counter picks coming in from the side of Cloudbound Academy with the Saber to try to counter the Fanny, which they assumed was going to be in that jungle position. But them putting Ooga Booga there, it gives that it is the tank meta, right? It's the tank jungler meta. It's not completely died out yet. So I do think them slotting that in and having Dino be that roamer definitely shows some versatility with these players here, and the items definitely shows how diverse things can get if you're on the side of Bloodhounds. If we take a look at some of the statistics that was into this game, despite Cloudbound Academy having that late game on their side, they just weren't able to get there as it was just an 11-minute match. If we look at the team fight participation for the side of Bloodhounds Academy, it's kind of, I mean, for Bloodhounds Academy. Oh my gosh, that was shady. I didn't mean to say that. But if we look at the team fight participation coming in from the side of Bloodhounds, it's kind of split up. But that's because everyone was kind of just getting their own pickoffs, right? We saw it happening up in the EXP lane. We saw it happening from Boca Roscoe with the Harley in the mid lane. And then Dino finding some of these cleanups as well. And not to mention Ooga Booga on the Kufra being able to still secure some picks and be a little bit of a nuisance towards the back line. And Dagger, unfortunately, felt the wrath of that. But good series. Definitely one-sided on the side of Bloodhounds, and I think it's back to the books for Cloudbound Academy here.
Payback time. My world is the sky. You don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order.
Payback time. My world is the sky. You don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the God of Light and the God of Darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Erudicio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, this is our history that every scholar in Erudicio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you, or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Engines roaring and ready to go.
Nothing beats the adrenaline rush.
3, 2, 1, go! I feel like a monster on this thing. Heads up! Engine blast! Overdrive! Engine blast! Engine blast!
Hitting the apex. Too slow. Out of my way. Hitting the apex. Nice ride, but I prefer mine.
머리 잘랐거든? I become a bowl cut, guys. 여기 옆에 다 지우네. 아니야. 아니 그냥 하나 틀을 하기가 여러 가지 있는데 올라가려고 틀을 하기 싫은 거야. 그래서 다 잘랐으니까 괜찮게 자르고 그래서 보통 잘 자르는데.
Anyway, that's repaint.
We are going
Famous repaint. Apparently he's famous among guys in ML. Apparently.
apparently.
지금 venue 갑니다.
지금 오전 8:37 a.m. and we're heading to the NACT Carnival.
Had a hard time coming in here.
Had a really hard time coming in, but we made it and then we got our staff.
Struggling with her kite. Sina. We're like decorating right now. We have to make a hashtag NACT.
So one for 7th anniversary? I think you're MLBB too. Is it MLBB anniversary? Okay.
Look at those tassels. We put it up here thinking it was a good idea. It's like a little backdrop. And then when the wind is so strong, it keeps coming, like it has no control. And then I blew all those balloons. Man, I did a whole year worth of lung exercise because of this. It says happy 7th birthday.
Check-in.
Welcome to the check-in booth. This is where you check in. The struggle.
Everything here and just picture.
Food. We're getting fed. Thank you. Looks so good. We can do one. Eat. We got the NACT care pack. Then so there's 2 breads. There was 3. Sina took one of them. Bag of bones, Cheetos, barbecue, and some more snacks. Everyone's standing outside because there's no chair.
He asked me for a break.
What?
Between us, break between us.
Okay.
And then I was like, okay, if you need it, then
The vlog that I will never produce.
so I go ahead and match the 6 saber first.
Guess who came late? This girl came late, but she got us coffee. This is what the staffs / VIPs do when the games are going on. She's taking a bill. 2 girls. Okay.
No, real. Wait, I don't have my phone on me. Fuck. I'll show you in Target. Alright. We did the forehead thing.
We were on our way to UA's place for like a little after party on day 1, but guess what? Nami realized she left her camera at the venue, and guess what? Everyone left the venue. So we're driving back to the venue. So we're praying that the camera's still there and the venue's open. It's still there because we didn't bring it. It's still there. We are having a little more drive. We're having like 30 more extra minutes of driving. Driving Nami. 뭐야 이거? 갑자기? Camera rescue expedition took a turn. Where do you have basketball? Oh my god! If you wanna. Nami kind of suck at basketball. Third try, no charm. Nami, what if they lock the door? We need your camera. Oh my god. You got this, girl. Yes! We can go home. We can not home. We can get dinner now. Finally! Yay! Dinner time! The camera's back to its mommy. Nummy. We got our dinner. Nummy.
We got our dinner!
We're going to UA's place now because we are gonna hang out and drink a little. Yeah, it's our house. Let's close the gate. Oh my god, that must be his dog's bed.
It's never about me, huh? Always about my dog.
Your party needs to be.
We're at UA's place. UA's doggo. Hello, doggo. And then
I
there's
know where it is. On the
food ASMR time.
right there, having an anime.
대박, there's an egg. 달걀, 계란. How do you say egg? tamago.
Tamago.
No, that's Japanese. 계란. That's Korean. What's that?
Itlog.
Yeah.
Getting red. No, blue zone. 15 seconds. No, just ask me what. Just finish that first.
I don't know why the noodles are. What's happening? It's deep. It's so stiff. No, we need to preheat it again, I guess. Do we? I think so. I just not
My ass is reserved for woman and woman only.
Not hot at all. It's like a lukewarm.
Let me see. That's how gay got chat, buddy.
The group?
If
Okay,
you're
I'll
a
do it.
woman, I will fuck you. If I'm transgender, no, hell no. I'm a woman still. Oh, hey.
Las Vegas.
Because yesterday,
It's where the last NACT was. But it's in LA.
I think all the guys are gonna overtalk us.
let's go, bro.
They're gonna judge us because we're like drinking.
Why do we look like the most drunk one without the alcohol?
Yo.
You. No, no, you're not. Nah, you're banging.
I'm hyped up, bro.
One of our members are drunk. The struggle is so real.
I got in US face.
For a good NACT that everyone came through.
Say it.
Lots of people from different places around the world. And we
Yo!
Okay.
Not the Louis Vuittons!
We didn't even have dinner yet and we're drinking already.
I know,
This is a
right?
bad idea.
Yeah.
Where's the drink?
I got
Yeah.
jeans.
But we need the wine glass or something.
Fucking jeans. India!
What was on the road? Was it a trash can? Where was the trash can in the middle of the road?
saw a trash on the road. Crazy.
Ah, that's my ex. On the middle of the road, he's committing suicide.
I'm cheap, still hit a chick like, yo, can I borrow your Netflix? She ain't feminine, she think I'm sexist. Twisting my words, I'm fishy dyslexic. Give me my space, I'm intergalactic. Before I give you my Insta password, I'll give you the pin to my Amex. Alright. This ain't stainless steel, it's platinum.
I totally forgot about recording anything, but there's Sina with Layla, Raz, Basha, and there's a one too. Don't know her name yet. Yes. You can write your name. In-game name, something you The game didn't even start yet. She's like, at the party. General is here. Joseph General is here.
I mean, this man is shooting, I'm winning. Now I'm getting things like live balls. wonder. Been out of town for a month. Absence made the love grow fonder. UK rapper, UK drill, gotta mention my name. If you talk about it and them celebrate Eid, the trap's still running on Christmas Day. How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay. Hit man in a top, I see a man topless, even a stick.
I brought my phone here, but I forgot my phone. I don't bring it.
You didn't bring your phone?
Yeah, it's
This dumbass didn't bring his phone. Hey, barbecue time! My husband was here. This is my bias. Oh, that's your bias? Mommy likes Stray Kids. I like Shiga. Trying to get the angle. Oh my god, okay.
Get to the club in my taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rockin' kicks? She gotta be from out of town.
Mommy and Moonton dropped me off at the airport. I am going to check in now. I'm gonna check that I need to go to security. I'll talk to y'all after that. Bye bye.
This ain't stainless steel, it's platinum. Dinner table, I got manners. T-shirt tucked in, napkin. Still loading, that's the caption. I've only amounted a minimal fraction. Eat good, I got indigestion. There's snow in my hood, no aspirin. Can't get rid of my pain with aspirin. Dave just came in at Aston, I'm making that Maybach music. They're trying to insult my intelligence, something I may ask.
Payback time. My world is the sky! You don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the God of light and the God of darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Eroditio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, this is our history that every scholar in Eroditio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you, or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Engines roaring and ready to go.
Nothing beats the adrenaline rush.
3, 2, 1, go! I feel like a monster on this thing. Heads up! Engine blast! Overdrive! Engine blast! Engine blast!
Hitting the apex. Too slow. Out of my way. Hitting the apex. Nice ride, but I prefer mine.
옷이 머리 잘랐거든? I become a bowl cut, guys. 여기 옆에 다 지우는 아니야. 아니 그냥 하나 트롤 하기가 여러 가지 있는데 올라가고 트롤 하기 싫은 거야. 그래서 다 잘라줄까? 괜찮게 자르고 나는 그래서 보통 잘 자르는데.
Anyway, that's repaint.
We are going
Famous repaint. Apparently he's famous among guys in ML. Apparently. 지금 venue 갑니다.
지금 오전 8:37 a.m. and we're heading to the NECT Carnival.
Had a hard time coming in here.
Had a really hard time coming in, but we made it and then we got our staff.
Struggling with her kite. Sina. We're like decorating right now. We had to make a hashtag NECT.
anniversary.
Look at those tassels. We put it up here thinking it was a good idea. It's like a little backdrop. And when the wind is so strong, it keeps coming. Like it has no control. And then I blew all those balloons. Man, I did a whole year worth of long exercise because of this. It says happy 7th birthday.
Check-in.
Welcome to the check-in booth. This is where you check in. The struggle. Food. We're getting fed. Thank you. It looks so good. We continue watching. Eat. We got the NACT care pack. Then, so there's 2 breads. There was 3. Sina took one of them. Bag of bones, Cheetos, barbecue, and some more snacks. You can see. Everyone's standing outside because there's no chair.
He asked me for a break.
What?
Between us, break between us.
Okay.
And then I was like, okay, if you need it, then I'll.
The vlog that I will never produce.
So I go ahead and match the 6 saber first.
Guess who came late? This girl came late, but she got us coffee. This is what the staffs / VIPs do when the games are going on. She's taking a bill. 2 girls. Okay. What are those?
No, real. Wait, I don't have my phone on me. Fuck. I'll show you in Target. Alright. We did the forehead thing.
We were on our way to UA's place for like a little after party on day 1, but guess what? Nami realized she left her camera at the venue, and guess what? Everyone left the venue. So we're driving back to the venue. So we're praying that the camera's still there. And the venue is open. It's still there, because we didn't bring it. It's still there. We are having a little more drive. We're having like 30 more extra minutes of driving. Drive with Nami. 뭐야 이거? 갑자기? Camera rescue expedition took a turn. Where do you have a basketball? Oh my god. If you wanna Nami kinda suck at basketball. Third try, no charm. Nami, what if they lock the door? We need your camera. Oh my god.
You got this, girl.
Yes! We can go home. We can't, not home. We can get dinner now.
Yes.
Finally, yay! Dinner time! The camera's back to its Nami. We got our dinner. Nami.
We got our dinner.
We're going to UA's place now because we are gonna hang out and drink a little. Yeah, it's our house. Let's close the gate. Oh my god, that must be his dog's bed.
It's never about me, huh? It's always about my dog.
Your car needs to be.
We're at UA's place. UA's doggo. Hello, doggo. And then
I know
there's
where it is. On the
food ASMR time.
Rather having an anime.
대박. There's an egg. 달걀, 계란, how do you say egg? tamago.
Tamago.
No, that's Japanese. Keran. That's Korean. What's that?
Itlog.
Yeah.
Getting red. No, blue zone. 15 seconds. But just ask me what. Let's go! Just finish that first.
I don't know why the noodles are. What's happening? It's deep. It's so stiff. No, we need to preheat it again, I guess. Do we? I think so. I just not kind of.
My ass is reserved for woman and woman only.
Not hot at all. It's like a lukewarm.
Let me see. That's how gay got chat, buddy.
The group?
If
Okay,
you're
I'll
a
do it.
woman,
Yeah.
I will fuck you. If I'm transgender, no, hell no. I'm a woman still. Hey!
Las Vegas.
Because yesterday,
It's where the Las NACT was. But isn't it?
I think all the guys are gonna overtalk us.
Let's go, bro.
They're gonna judge us because we're like drinking.
Why do we look like the most drunk one without the alcohol?
Yo.
You. No, no, you're not. Nah, you're banging. Crazy.
I'm hyped up, bro.
1, 2,
One of our members
3.
The struggle is so real.
I put in US face.
For a good NACT that everyone came through.
Say it.
Lots of people from different places around the world. And we
Yo!
Okay.
Not the Louis Vuittons!
We didn't even have dinner yet and we're drinking already.
I know,
This is a
right?
bad idea.
Yeah.
Where's your drink?
I got
Yeah.
a G.
But we need the wine glass or something.
Fucking G. India!
What was on the road? Was it a trash can? Why was the trash can in the middle of the road?
A trash on the road. Crazy.
Ah, that's my ex. On the middle of the road, he's committing suicide.
I'm cheap, still hit a chick like, yo, can I borrow your Netflix? She a feminist, she think I'm sexist, twisting my words, I think she dyslexic. Give me my space, I'm intergalactic. Before I give you my Insta password, I'll give you the pin to my Amex. Alright, this ain't stainless steel, it's platinum.
I totally forgot about recording anything, but there's Sina with Layla, Raz, Basha, and there's a one too. Don't know her name though. Yes. You can write your name. In-game name, something you... The game didn't even start yet. She's like, at the party. General is here. Gaza General is here.
Just gotta see me, I'm winning. Now I'm getting bangs like live-os. Running for the summer like 5-0. This gun would have I prospered. Floating and I won't go under. Been out of town for a month. Absence made the love grow fonder. UK rapper, UK drill, gotta mention my name. If you talk about it, and them celebrate Eid. The trap's still running on Christmas Day. How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay. Hit man in a top, I see a man topless, even a stick.
I brought my phone charger, but I forgot my phone. I don't bring it.
You didn't bring your phone?
Yeah,
This dumbass didn't bring his phone. Hey, barbecue time! My husband was here. This is my bias. Oh, that's your bias? Mommy likes Stray Kids. I like Shiga. Trying to get the angle. Oh my god, okay.
Get to the club in my taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rocking kicks? She gotta be from out of town.
Nami and Replane dropped me off at the airport. I am going to check in now. I already checked it. I need to go to security. I'll talk to y'all after that. Bye bye.
This ain't stainless steel, it's platinum. Dinner table, I got manners. T-shirt tucked in, napkin. Still loading, that's the caption. I've only amounted a minimal fraction. Eat good, I got indigestion. Been slow in my hood, no aspirin. Can't get rid of my pain with aspirin. Dave just came in at Aston, I'm making that Maybach music. They're trying to insult my intelligence sometimes. I may ask.
Payback time.
My world is the sky!
You don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the god of light and the god of darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Eruditio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, this is our history that every scholar in Eruditio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you. or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Engines roaring and ready to go.
Nothing beats the adrenaline rush.
3, 2, 1, go! I feel like a monster on this thing. Heads up! Engine blast! Overdrive! Engine blast! Heads up! Engine blast!
Hitting the apex. Too slow. Out of my way. You're right. Hitting the apex. Nice ride, but I prefer mine.
옷에 머리 잘랐거든? I become a bowl cut, guys. 여기 옆에 다 지우는. 아니야. 아니 그냥 하나 하기가 여러 가지 있는데 몰라 이거 투를 하기 싫은 거야. 그냥 다 잘라서 할까? 괜찮게 자르고 나는 그래서
보통 잘 자르는데.
Anyway, that's repaint.
We are going.
Famous repaint. Apparently, he's famous among guys in ML. Apparently.
Apparently.
지금 venue 갑니다.
지금 오전 8:37 a.m. and we're heading to the NEC Carnival.
Had a hard time coming in here.
Had a really hard time coming in, but we made it and then we got our staff.
Struggling with her height. Sina. We're like decorating right now. We have to make a hashtag NECT. Look at those tassels. We put it up here thinking it was a good idea as like a little backdrop. And when the wind is so strong, it keeps coming, like it has no control. And then I blew all those balloons. Man, I did a whole year worth of long exercise because of this. It says happy 7th birthday.
Check-in.
Welcome to the check-in booth. This is where you check in. The struggle. Food. We're getting fed. Thank you. It looks so good. We can do one. Eat. We got the NACT care pack. Then, so there's 2 breads. There was 3. Cena took one of those. Bag of bones, Cheetos. Barbecue. And some more snacks. You can see. Everyone's standing outside. Because there's no chair.
He asked me for a break.
What?
Between us. Break between us.
Okay.
And then I was like, okay, if you need it, then I'll...
The vlog that I will never produce.
So I go ahead and match the 6 saber first.
Guess who came late? This girl came late, but she got us coffee. This is what the staffs / VIPs do when the games are going on. She's taking a bill. 2 girls. Okay. What are those?
No, real. Wait, I don't have my phone on me. Fuck. I'll show you in Target. Alright. We did the forehead thing.
We were on our way to UA's place for like a little after party of day 1. But guess what? Nami realized she left her camera at the venue. And guess what? Everyone left the venue. So we're driving back to the venue. So we're praying that the camera's still there. And the venue's open. It's still there, because we didn't bring it. It's still there. We are having a little more drive. We're having like 20 more, 30 more extra minutes of driving. Driving Nami. Where go? 갑자기? Camera rescue expedition took a turn. Where do you have basketball? Oh my god. If you wanna... Nami kinda suck at basketball. Third try, no charm. Nami, what if they lock the door? We need your camera. Oh my god.
You got this, girl.
Yes! We can go home. We can't, not home. We can get dinner now.
Yes.
Finally, yay! Dinner time! The camera's back to its Nami. We got our dinner. Nami.
We got our dinner!
We're going to UA's place now because we are gonna hang out and drink a little. Yeah, it's our house. Let's close the gate. Oh my god, that must be his dog's bed.
It's never about me, huh? Always about my dog.
Your party used to be.
We're at UA's place. UA's doggo. Hello, doggo. And then
I know
there's
where it is. On the
food ASMR time.
Right now, having an anime.
대박, there's an egg. 달걀, 계란. How do you say egg? Tamago.
Tamago.
No, that's Japanese. 계란. That's Korean. What's that?
Itlog.
Yeah.
Getting red. No, blue. 15 seconds. No, just ask me what. Let's go! Just finish that first.
I don't know why the noodles are. What's happening? It's deep. It's so stiff. No, we need to preheat it again, I guess. Do we? I think so. I just not heard of.
My ass is reserved for woman and woman only.
Not hot at all. It's like a lukewarm.
Let me see. That's how gay got chat, buddy.
The group?
If
Okay,
you're
I'll
a
do it.
woman,
Yeah.
I will fuck you.
If I'm transgender, no, hell no. I'm a woman still.
Las Vegas.
Because yesterday,
It's where the last NACT was. But isn't it?
I think all the guys are gonna overtalk us.
let's go, bro.
They're gonna judge us because we're like drinking.
Why do we look like the most drunk one without the alcohol?
Yo,
You.
No, no, you're not. Nah, you're banging.
I'm hyped up, bro.
One of our members are drunk. The struggle is so real.
My cousin, use face.
For a good NACT that everyone came through.
Say it.
Lots of people from different places around the world. And we
Yo!
Okay.
Not the Louis Vuittons!
We didn't even have dinner yet and we're drinking already.
I know,
This is a
right?
bad idea.
Yeah.
We should drink the
I got
Yeah.
a G.
But we need the wine glass or something.
Fucking G's. India!
What was on the road? Was it a trash can? Where was the trash can in the middle of the road?
saw a trash on the road. Crazy.
Ah, that's my ex. On the middle of the road, he's committing suicide. That's my ex.
I'm cheap, still hit a chick like, yo, can I borrow your Netflix? She a feminist, she think I'm sexist, twisting my words, I'm fishy dyslexic, give me my space, I'm intergalactic. Before I give you my Insta password, I'll give you the pin to my Amex. Alright, this ain't stainless steel, it's platinum.
I totally forgot about recording anything, but there's Sina with Layla, Raz, Basha, and there's a one too. Don't know her name yet. Yes. You can write your name. In-game name, something you The game didn't even start yet. She's like, at the party. General is here. Cousin General is here.
Absence made the love grow fonder. UK rapper, UK droga. I mention my name if you talk about it and them celebrate Eid. The trap still running on Christmas Day. How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay. Hitman in a top, I see a man topless, even a stick.
I brought my phone charger, but I forgot my phone. I don't bring it.
You didn't bring your phone?
Yeah, it's
This dumbass didn't bring his phone. Hey, barbecue time! My husband was here. This is my bias. Oh, that's your bias? Mommy likes Stray Kids. I like Shiga. Trying to get the angle. Oh my god, okay.
Get to the club in my taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rocking kicks? She gotta be from out of town.
Mommy and Moonton dropped me off at the airport. I am going to check in now. I already checked it. I need to go to security. I'll talk to y'all after that. Bye bye.
This ain't stainless steel, it's platinum. Dinner table, I got manners. T-shirt tucked in, napkin. Still loading, that's the caption. I've only amounted a minimal fraction. Eat good, I got indigestion. Best snow in my hood, no aspirin. Can't get rid of my pain with aspirin. Dave just came in at Aston, I'm making that Maybach music. They're trying to insult me, I'm telling them something. I may ask.
Payback time. My world is the sky! You don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the God of Light and the God of Darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Eroditio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, this is our history that every scholar in Eroditio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you. Or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Welcome back to the House of Pisces X Nighthorde tournament. This is week 2, day 3 for the top 16s. The House of Pisces has partnered with Nighthorde and MLSA to provide 16 teams the opportunity to compete in a single elimination tournament for a total prize pool of $1,000 USD and 100k diamonds provided by Moonton. today's schedule, which is going to be the Saturday of the 21st. We already had a lovely game, Bloodhounds versus Cloudbound Academy. Bloodhounds was able to take the game with a 2-0 sweep, and now it's going to be Empyrean versus Nighthorde. And I know, sorry, we had a little bit of a delay, a little bit of an issue, but we will jump straight into the match. And today, for casting, we have two lovely hosts here. We got Mr. Inquirky on the left hand and Rem on the right. Inquirky, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, man. Looking forward, very excited to head into the second series in between Empyrean and Nighthorde. Before we get too far into the matchup, the perfect duo on the screen alongside with me is Master Rem. Master Rem, how we feeling?
I'm doing good. You know, I'm excited to see Empyrean in particular perform in this game. Eunice is on there. You know, I ride for my girl. She can be the mid laner. She can be the roamer. I don't know which position she plays for on Empyrean, but I'm really excited to see how they're going to fare up against Nighthorde here.
It's going to be a fun one. I think regardless of where Eunice goes, it's always going to be fun to watch someone you're really close with. You know, the MLSA crew, NAC2 crew, really familiar with Eunice. It's going to be funny to see her out here competing. She better not bronze. I'm going to let her hear it. I'm going to tell her, like, all these games you done watched, all these hours you put in watching the best players in North America, and that's what you decide to do. So we're definitely gonna have to make sure we keep tabs on her. I'm gonna be on her a little harder than the rest, but it's gonna be a fun matchup regardless. Nighthorde, one of the teams from NACT that placed up there in the top 8 as well, made it into the playoffs. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how they do in Empyrean with Eunice. I think this team's been around for a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. I know there's been I think there was another Empyrean roster as well at one point. I don't know if this is the original one or not. But with Miss Unipoo on there, it's going to be fun. They go in for the Immortal first pick here, though. Rem, how you feeling about that?
I think it's very strong, right? She does have a lot of scaling capabilities in the lane. She has the mobility as well comboed into her kit. I feel like the prime reason we're seeing a lot of these Immortals in these games is everyone wants to use that skin. You know, they want to see her on that motorbike shooting some bow and arrows, and you know, you can't blame them. She is a pretty solid pick though, so I definitely would give them that. Going up against the Brody, I'm not too sure who is gonna win off, but I feel like both of them are kind of on an even level when it comes to poking the other out. I feel like both of them have the capabilities to freeze the lane. They also have the capabilities to poke each other and dish out that equal damage. And in terms of scaling, but in terms of scaling speed, I do think they scale about the same time, but in terms of pushing towers, definitely early game is going to be into the hands of the Brody for sure. But looking at the draft of Empyrean, this is the second Lilia that we're going to see played this time around. Unipoo there. Gonna go ahead and pick it up alongside Super James on the Akai in the jungle position. And that's something that has kind of lost its spark, but maybe we'll see it shine again.
I think it'll do well. It did recently receive a bit of a buff to the Akai pick. I do like the fact they go for the Lilia. It is something that can let you get out in the mid lane pretty much the fastest clear. I think only really rivaled or matched by Gord. Actually, I think Gord's a little bit faster, if I'm not mistaken. But Lily is definitely one of those picks that can help you get out on rotations, and it's probably what they're going to be need if you want to talk about helping this Immortal kind of transition during that laning phase up against Brody. If Unipoo can get out and make those rotations to gold lane, they should be okay. It should be really easy, but they do lock into a failure here from the side of Nighthorde, so may be able to catch up with them, if not just kind of trail slightly behind on rotations there. It'll really depend on what they lock in for their mid lane to match up with it, but things are looking pretty good, looking pretty standard. I like them so far.
Yeah, and another thing to point out with this Rafaela is a very great response to that Lilia pick, right? We do know that Ice Queen Wand is one of her favorite magical wands in the entire game, and Rafaela giving you that immunity to crowd control. And if you consider her cooldown reduction, if we do decide to go that route, as long as you're about that 35% mark, you can pretty much get your second skill every about 4 seconds, which is in ML 4 seconds is a lot of time, right? So definitely something that is a good counterplay coming in for the side of Nighthorde. So I do like that response. But if you look at some of the bans, though, things that are not going to be picked up, the Terizla is being banned out. We're seeing the Fedrin, something that can go up against the Akai quite well in that jungle position. So I do like it across the board so far for both sides.
I'm a little surprised Fredrin does get banned out. Watching, like I said, with the other tournament I was casting today, that Digital Games, I don't think Fredrin was banned a single match today, and this was during the playoff run. And not only was he not banned at all, he wasn't picked either. I feel like maybe the nerf could have, this nerf, he's been nerfed a couple times, but I feel like maybe this nerf might have been that final nail in the coffin for him. So I'm surprised it's still getting any attention over here. But of course, region to region, things can be a little different. We are swinging into the first pick out of the last ban phase here. Nighthorde has the floor. They can look to go ahead and secure their mid lane here. They're also in need of a jungler still, something to match up against this Akai. Not much utility left. Maybe something like a Martis maybe up for grabs here if you want to talk about the next utility jungler. Boxy, Akai, Martis, kind of those top ones. But they go ahead and pick up their mage first. They're going to go ahead and lock in Navaria here.
And it's a pretty solid pick, right? Especially when paired up with something like the Brody. I do think increasing that hit mark for him in particular is going to fare up well. We do know if that Astral Echo goes in before these neutral objective fights, it already gives them the upper edge, especially with the Yu Zhang being on their side, right? Increasing that hitbox, more Petrify. The Petrify has a higher chance of being successful. And I think it's just great for that pressure overall. And having the Rafaela alone right now for their frontline presence and vision control, it definitely helps locking in something like the Novaria. So you have a little bit more freedom when checking these bushes, so you can have an easier time rotating. Because if you look at the draft coming in from Empyrean, they have so much camping capabilities. They have a lot of dive pressure. They could sit in a bush for as long as it takes, and that's all it's going to take, right? Especially when you have something as aggressive as the Edith pick. And again, I like it. I do think it's pretty solid. They have a lot of front line coming in from Empyrean. They have a lot of dive potential as well. They also have the damage. They have the early game. They have the late game. Every box checked off for the draft of Empyrean so far.
It does seem to go ahead and cross the T's and dot the I's in my books as well. We'll have to see what the level of execution is there. The Benedetta and the Akai both holding onto the right here. I'm pretty sure Benedetta should be letting go of that. Probably take care of that in the last preparation round.
They're arguing right now.
Solo queue experience, definitely jockeying over. Hopefully they come to the conclusion that Akai XP is not so good there.
Not it.
But Finesse locking in the lands a lot. I was thinking more in favor, like I said, of the Martis, but I guess Lancelot does have the skills to kind of work around an Akai. I think it's a little more risky per se, but does allow them to be able to access the back line.
He is a bit of a utility jungler too, right? You can build the hybrid Lancelot and still dish out over 30% damage. You know, he doesn't need a nerf at all. So I've seen it work out quite well. You don't have to go full damage, and he's still gonna be able to dish that out. But you're gonna dish it in for us as we go into this game here.
Oh man, it's gonna take a while. You know, that loading is it's tricky, man. You know, it's kind of stuck there. But you know what, while it's loading, something really funny I was talking about earlier, that mix up, right? The hybrid build. I started calling Lance the Hannah Montana build, right? Because you get the best of both worlds.
Ooh, I like
really,
that.
really good. I know it's a bar. It's crazy. But I pulled that out today, and I feel like I'm gonna let it stick. But we're gonna stick. We're not gonna stick too long on the jokes and the intros here. It's Cloud. Oh my goodness, I'm getting thrown off here with the names. Empyrean up against Nighthorde. Game 1, Series 2, in between two very maybe even teams here. Maybe one of the most even matchups we'll get here tonight.
Absolutely right. And looking at some of the win conditions coming in for both sides, Empyrean, they do have the rotation capabilities here. We're seeing them already getting Yuki pretty low.
It is very low right now. Yuki is going to be able to escape though, so no one's going to fall. But like you said, that's some pressure coming out from Empyrean nice and early.
Yeah, so again, them with the rotation potential, again, playing with their strengths with the Lilia and her wave clear. Yes, the Novaria does have decent wave clear, but Lilia still remains one of those mages that can kind of just get the job done in 2 seconds and go about her business. And we can definitely see that they're making their way to the top side. Juki there for some vision control, but Imperium's not heading out just yet. They're still trying to keep the pressure in the top side, and that's what I want. You know, I love to see when teams focus on the gold lane. That's your key to victory. That's going to be the one to push your towers and open up the map. But an engage here.
Right over the shoulders is Houdini. He's not going to be able to escape this time. It doesn't have that spell available. The flicker forced to use on the bot side. So now able to capitalize on that knowledge. Empyrean strikes hot and strikes first in this match.
And that's one of the downsides when you have a support as your roamer, but
and now more going on. Kohari will pick up a kill. That's going to be a second kill to the side of Empyrean, unanswered right now, taking a quick gold lead in the economy.
and this is what they want, right? Especially with their composition. I like the fact that Aretha was the one to secure that kill. If you look at some of the early game components right now, she looks like she's going to build in for either the House Claws or that Windtalker to get that first item spike. And looking at her goal, she's already 2k right now, but the turtle has been proxied, and we're seeing a little bit of an engage happening here.
A little bit of one. They are jockeying for a position. It's a WWE, a bit of a wall wiggle entertainment going on here. Electro Blow goes out, catches Yuki in its grasp. Won't be able to find the kill. Down is the BBD trying to pick up the kill, but he's going to be turned around by Unipoo. That man just got pooed on, I ain't going to lie. Dropped him. A third kill for EMP. His Nighthorde will be forced to give up the first neutral objective.
Yep, it's gonna go ahead and send Lancelot back to the side of his jungle, and the turtle is gonna go into the side of Imperium uncontested. Though we did see Suki Nox being able to get a little bit of that gold plating from the tower, which is always good, right? You can passively earn your gold, scale up. You do have time as long as your team can kind of play it slow. And when you have a roamer like a support, you kind of have to, right? Especially when your jungler is not exactly a chunky boy, but someone who actually just builds the items for some of that defense. A good snipe coming in there, landing onto Kohari, but we're seeing both teams. The Astral Echo goes down here. Something might potentially happen.
It could, and I think it will. Onward with the Earth Shatter. Yuki gets caught out in a bad way. Now with the heavy spin, they're going to combo on him, and Muex will find the kill. But they didn't stop there. Ifinesse gets locked down. Primal Wrath will pick up the double. And Empyrean in complete control right now. And here comes the sandwich. This is a ham and cheese combo, a peanut butter and jelly, if you will. Over the shoulder. Get over here. Suki Nox will find a trade, but he will be taken out. Nonetheless, it's Kohari will pick up the kill, and they'll be able to lock in and find this tower. Super Droid down on the backside with the Electro Blow, trying to find a kill here, trying to pick up something on Axel, but he only will be able to force out the flicker, but that's good enough, as EMP has really went ahead and put a good amount of distance in between them and Nighthorde.
See, and this is the power of the Aretha pick, right? When you pick up something like this, you need to get it out of that lane as much as possible. We saw in the game before, there wasn't much rotations, right? There's two of the same heroes on the board. We're seeing the Lilia as well as the Irithel. And when your team can capitalize off of your strengths in the early game, that's all that matters, right? Speaking of things that matter, some early game items being picked up here. We're seeing some blows being backed off here, but nothing much is going to happen out of it. The Irithel, though, she was able to pick up that House Claws to get some additional crit as well as a sustainability, but looking for the flank here.
They are trying to go ahead and maybe find another sandwich, but they are going to go ahead and just back up a little bit. Don't need to force anything. Turtle's up for grabs. They have a lead. All they have to do is be in control of the pit, and Nighthorde not even going to be able to come contest. As you can see, Ifinesse is on the complete opposite side of the map. It looks like they maybe want to go for the tower, but this Benedetta, Super Dre, so mobile, will be able to get back to lane and pick that up. But down on the bot side of 1v1, it became Suki Nox as he gets hit by the parkour move, back flipped on his face, but then he gets flipped over again. And Kohari will go ahead and pick up their third kill of the game. And the Windtalker just got picked up, so a little bit more mobility, meaning a little bit more damage out from the Irithel here.
Now, I don't know if I'm watching a 5v5 or I'm watching gymnastics because the way I'm seeing people being flipped, turned, and rotated right now, it feels like they're practically doing a dance number. Are they going to be performing in the Super Bowl halftime show? Stick around to find out. But Imperium, though, they're definitely sticking around, making their presence be known in the jungle of Nighthorde. Another engaged goes in.
Another Earth Shatter and another kill. Spider James will pick up the kill. Hang on. Primal Ref gets popped out by Munich. Now dropping the DPS onto Yuki. Unipu will find the kill. There goes the pass, but it won't do anything. Now, Headbutt gonna miss the mark on the eye finesse, but they do find the tier 1 tower mid lane. EMP making their presence be known right now.
But in the top side, we're seeing this Death there trying to get some damage onto the tower. He did get Dre quite low. He decides to go in though, but the rest of the Empyrean is making their way up there. Potentially going to see an outplay coming in. The heavy spin does land.
And the final slash, it was nothing more than a bait the whole time. Super Dre knew he was never truly in harm's way. The reinforcements, the cavalry, if you will, came marching along to assist him in that kill.
And that's what they say. Teamwork makes the dream work. And again, I have to give credits to the rotations coming in from this side of Empyrean. I know UA definitely smiling, feeling like a proud parent in the background there. Y'all can't see him, but he's blushing. His foot is shaking right now. You know, he's tingling. And honestly, that's what you want, especially when you have history with the team. Seeing them perform and rocking their heroes quite well. Definitely, like I said, right, in the draft, Empyrean had all of the check boxes. They had the early game potential, they have the dive potential to get to the back line, to keep this Novaria off, as well as target Sukinox. So I think they've been playing their draft quite well, but there is still a lot of scaling potential for the side of Nighthorde. The longer this game goes, the more items that's picked up. Brody's going to be able to shine. We do know the Novaria also shines later on to the match as well, but Sukinox here
isn't maybe in a bit of trouble. He's going to have to flicker out. And with that happening, the tower shall fall. The outer turret down on the bot side into the hands of EMP here. Maybe looking for a little bit more. Maybe want to try and push onto the mid tower next. All they gotta do is clear it and be able to open up the space. They already forced out the flicker from Sukinox, so he's very susceptible to a well-timed dive from them if they do look to force more.
And the way that Empyrean has been diving, they're not all coming from one direction. They're kind of getting you trapped. So regardless of where you decide to go, see, look at them. They have one member on the backside, and then you have the ETA that can apply some additional zoning as well. So it's like, who are you really gonna pick off here? It's gonna be very risky for the side of Nighthorde to really catch someone and benefit off of that. But I do like that they're still going in. If we look at the levels right now, Finesse has been farming quite well. He's still on the level of Super James here. The gold isn't that far off in terms of the junglers, but an engage.
They are looking for the dive. They want to force this tower down. BBD comes out, but Super Dre will take out iFinesse. Be able to escape as well. Unipu will take out Death. That's two members in a tower quickly into the hands of Empyrean. They pop the conceal. It seems like they want to go for a little bit more. They'll clear out the top wave. I don't think they're going to force. They got a Lord coming up. Uni very low. Needs to be careful. Axel trying to line up a shot, but Munich will go ahead and eat that up for breakfast.
If someone can Alexa play Grenade by Bruno Mars, because she definitely took a shot for her right there. And again, that's the synergy that you want to see being picked up here. But speaking of things being picked up, Sukinox getting that Malefic Roar definitely gonna help going up against Super James as well as me there on this Edith pick. And if we look at some of their defense right now, the Akai did pick up that Antique. So definitely a good item going up against the Lancelot as well as the Brody here. But we're seeing them zone out this Lord pretty well. Look at Super Dre up in the back line, getting that push potential as well as providing some vision. But I feel like Nighthorde is not going to potentially let this one go for free. No, I don't know. I feel like they're kiting right now.
They're definitely going to let it go for free. They just pump fake and they want to go for it, but they know they're in no position. I mean, they're down 10k gold. Axel isn't even close enough for range, but now he gets flipped with the onward Earth Shatter. No one there to follow it up, but hang on, Super Dre might be able to cut him off. Actually, he's going to go ahead and retreat. Doesn't be taken out. Torn apart memory goes the distance, but won't be able to find a kill as the concealed play was utilized. wondering what the Empyrean's next move will be as the top wave gets cleared out. I think they're just going to sit around, kind of wait for the Lord and play this right.
Now, one thing Imperium has been pretty good at this game is forcing out some of the resources coming in from the side of Nighthorde. If we look at their spells right now, there's always someone whose flickers always on cooldown. It hasn't been a time since the game started where everyone had their flickers up. They are really good at making them use these resources so the next engagement they can pin down that member or make it harder for them to provide some additional support, because if they get caught between a rock and a hard place, that's where they're going to die on that hill. But an engage.
Speaking of a rock and a hard play, Super Dre catches 3 with the Electro Petrified combination. Won't be able to find a kill just yet. Ifiness will take out Dre instead. They're down a member. Lord half HP. Could Empyrean go ahead and end the game? Kohari picks up the tower down the bot side, but his team isn't thrown into a battle. Lord finally cleared out no minions inside of this Nexus, and it looks like EMP, with those HP bars falling, will go ahead and retreat after opening up the entire base of Nighthorde.
And that's some of the strengths coming in from the Raphael, right? I mentioned the longer this game goes, the more they're going to be able to scale up. So some of these initial bursts and pickoffs that worked in the early game is going to have a hard time being executed now. But speaking of being executed, Kohari is going to be shut down by Finesse there, finding the right targets finally, right? And that's the thing, they're starting to scale, they're starting to get those items built in. So Imperium has to be a little bit more patient with their decision making. It's very easy to overstay and throw your lead, but I want to see them continue to keep their synergy. I want them to keep on the rotations, keep on the wave pressure, and not find themselves in opportunities where they can potentially be picked off that easily. If you look at some of the items right now, Lilia does have her 3 core items. She has the spam ability now that she does have the enchanted talisman. Looking at Novaria though, she's building into the Ice Queen wand, almost getting her trinity of her items as well. But in the top lane though, they're looking for death.
Primal Wrath comes out, and Death will have to be forced to use the Black Dragon form. He's trying to go ahead and retreat, but Spider James kind of patiently waiting, headbutt too early to be able to punish the landing, and the MP will come up empty-handed, but a Lord coming in less than 20 seconds, I'll assume they'll go ahead and start focusing their attention that way, as it will be a Luminous Lord this time, and with the base completely open, they could absolutely look to end the game with it.
Absolutely. I want to see them really set up for this. Don't get poked out too much. Kohari has to be on his tippy toes with those positioning. You're gonna hear him say, "Run, Leo, run!" right now to make sure she doesn't die. But look at Finesse looking for Unipoo there, getting her quite low, but he's not gonna be able to find a kill. The Astral Echo does go out though for some vision.
Let's go out right now. The Lord though, completely for free from Empyrean. Nighthorde hasn't had many choices, I will say. It's been very clear what they'll be allowed to do because it's what Empyrean is going to allow them to do, which is just stay at base until they decide to end the game. But take a look at top. Ifinesse was putting a bit of damage onto Dre, but it is a Benedetta at the end of the day. Won't be able to do too much with him.
Absolutely right. And if we look at what Imperium has going for them in terms of overall draw composition, they have a lot of poke damage, but they also have the ability to burst as well. And if we look at what Nighthorde has drafted for them, yes, they have some poke potential with the Brody as well as the Novaria. They don't really have that burst to kind of top them off. So what they have to do right now is try to focus on this backline. If they can get Kohari out of the board, that's going to be it for them. But a lot of resources burnt out here.
The flicker onward, but it's not going to be able to make the mark. Juki will be able to pick up the kill, but Empyrean will shred the base in a blink of an eye. And they'll go up with the early advantage, 1-0, and this is best of 3 series up against Nighthorde.
Really good game being played for this side of Empyrean here. If we look at some of the itemizations, Arytha was able to scale up and secure her full build, and that's courtesy to the team putting a lot of attention into her in the early stages of the match. We saw the rotations coming in from the Lilia. We also saw some really good knockups coming in from ETA there, as well as the rotations coming in from Dre. If we look at the team fight participation, definitely shows that they were all on the same page. They had the same mindset. They had the same focus throughout the board. So I'm hoping that in game 2, we can see a little bit more response and more draft synergy coming in from the side of Nighthorde. I feel like if you're going to sacrifice some burst potential, have a lockdown, have someone who's going to be able to keep someone in one place so your poke damage can actually add up in scale over time, or vice versa. So I hope that they just clean up some of those misplays there.
Cleaning up is right, and honestly, we're going to be looking to see if maybe can Nighthorde be able to bounce back. I mean, that first game was a bit of a rough showing there up against Empyrean. Definitely shout out to them. They came out and kind of punched them in the mouth, if you will, bringing the much-needed aggression up against a team when you're trying to take that first match. And the best of 3, the game 1 is very critical, very important to where the momentum will sit. And right now with EMP, they got everything handed to them right now. It's match point at this point, and Nighthorde actually has to dig deep. They got to win 2 in a row at minimum just to be able to win this, and EMP is right at the finish line. It's right there. They can taste it at this point.
It's close, and I like the responses, and this is a very important, and a lot of teams forget about this when they're in a tournament. Like, you see what the enemies are capable of in the first game in terms of the heroes they play and how comfortable they are with those heroes. And sometimes you don't respect it enough and you let it through. But no, I like that Nighthorde realized the Akai is definitely a problem. Not only in terms of zoning, you can't really burst him down. He also has that disengage or the engage potential, which we saw a little bit of all of the above in the previous game. So banning him out, learning their lesson from that last match is a really solid choice from them, especially considering the fact that I think that this time around they do have first pick, so they will be able to get a little bit more of an edge this time around.
Could potentially be able to get an edge, like you're saying. I'm wondering, it's always the adjustments I look for in the draft after a team loses is how do you adjust? Because obviously the winning team doesn't really need to change too much. Unless you look to deny some things, unless you ban some things out, which they have went ahead and decided to do with the Akai, right? They go ahead and take that out the way. Things of that nature. And the Bruno as well. So now it's okay, you've made an adjustment there with the bans, trying to limit some things. Obviously, you're going to let some things through as well, but you're reacting to the game 1. And it looks like both gold laners actually got the respect nod as Irithel and Bruno get banned out. So we won't see that reoccurring matchup or even a reoccurring pick. But now I got to see where Nighthorde kind of takes it with, especially with blue side. Right now they're going to have first pick priority, and again, a lot of things are going to be let through. We're talking about at bare minimum, out of the big 3 supports, we should be able to see one. I know the teams haven't been taking them, which is very strange. I know the hot patch came out recently to kind of nerf them, but I'm telling you now, I've been watching them in phygital games. A lot of teams thought the same thing. They let them through, didn't ban them, and then they get picked and get absolutely dog walked. So then, okay, there we go. So they go ahead and actually, I don't know why they banned out the Mathilda. Their first pick. I'm not sure. I guess maybe it's not in their hero pool.
So yeah, potentially not a comfort pick, which is fair, right? You put your mage or your Wilmore in something that you're comfortable with. And if they're not, go ahead and ban it out. You know, it's better just don't have it in your match as well. But you mentioned the supports both being banned out there. And actually, I do like that Raph is being picked up here. First pick. It didn't work out in that role position last game for them, but maybe this time around we may see a little bit of adjustments to that playstyle.
I mean, it was an easy look for me. As soon as the Angela got banned, it was Raph right away, and they did lock it in. Now, this Fredrin I'm a little concerned about. Like I said, did not see him in any matches today with 0 bans. So apparently, I don't know if teams were kind of testing him out in these other events, or maybe in some scrims in between the tournament dates. But no love for the Fredrin, man. And with this Revelia here to kind of help with the kiting, could be hard to duel against. They do go ahead and lock in the Lilia. It did play a pretty good part, and like you said, or like at least in this flip side, it works in favor for Nighthorde as well, because it does have that counterplay. Obviously, when they had Yuki in there, didn't really pan out for them, but maybe this time with a different roamer, I guess that would be Fish this time. It should help them out, and with the Boxia, composition's looking kind of strong, right?
So I do think that Fish is going to be going up in that gold lane, and one of his comfort picks has been that Melissa. He really excels on that Melissa pick. I'm not too sure where her position is in the meta right now, but I do know she's still capable of dealing a lot of damage with that. I mean, what more can you say, right? So they did go ahead and lock in the Melissa. So Sukinox is going to be the roamer this time around, which is good. I've seen her play the Rafaela before, definitely solid on it. And I'm hoping that this time around they can kind of showcase that skill and utilize some of her power. Now, I do like that Finesse is actually matching up what he's going up against in terms of that jungle precision, matching the utility jungler with the actual utility jungler. And unlike the Lancelot, this Basha, yes, he is that tank, but once he catches you, it's very, very hard to escape. And when you combo him with the slows coming in from models there with the Melissa as well as these slows coming in from the Rafaela, you're going to have a very hard time escaping.
Speaking of escaping, something I'd like to see maybe help Nighthorde here escape some team fights. They could look to synchronize this Rafaela with something like the Faramis. If Empyrean doesn't go ahead and ban it out, seeing that they still need a mage. Valentina's off the board, and Raph and Faramis has been a very disgusting combo to deal with, and they do ban it out, so that's definitely a really strong read from Empyrean to go ahead and take that away from them. So there goes the game plan from Nighthorde right there. They have to figure out a new mid laner to kind of replace that guy. It's really been all the rage in Paris. But now final ban over here from Nighthorde. Side of EMP, they still need a roam. They still need a EXP. Looking at roams, maybe they need to get. They can't really let any dive come through, but I don't think maybe the dive would come from the roam. So maybe a Minotaur ban could be okay. Maybe play. He's kind of like the next, at least in my opinion, stronger roam. Maybe something like a Grog. Actually, go for Edith. Wow, interesting there. I guess it did play pretty well last game.
Yeah, so I was gonna say it's just like a matter of respect here. I do think for roamers for the side of EMP, I'm not sure if they play, even though she did receive a nerf, I do think that the Florin is still a little bit of a viable option, especially with the faster stun potential that she does have to offer right now. And even though her ultimate no longer deals damage, she still reduces, gives you immunity to that heal cutting effects, which is where the Basha kind of shines, right? So I definitely do think that could be an option for them. But I'm seeing them hovering over some really interesting picks here, but I'm actually okay with the one that they did decide to lock in. They do have some backline dive as well as some additional chunkiness and sustainability. We've been seeing the Terizla and the Lapus pop off a lot when they build in the Bloodless Axe. So I like it. He also does have that CC immunity to go into the go away from the Melissa. So that's not going to work. For a beautiful answer if he does decide to go dive for there.
Terizla's a great matchup here up against this Lapu as well. Normally what you see when you get that soft support in the position 5, but something you don't see, I haven't seen this in a very long time, this Alice will be going in the mid lane to match up against this Lilia. I was wondering what they would go for. Originally I was going to say Farsa until the Lapu showed itself, but very unorthodox adjustment here from the side of Nighthorde. And Empyrean still want to stick with some of the pick off from the roam potential. They're going to lock in the Cho. It ain't for everybody. It ain't as simple as playing Edith, but we'll see if they can make it work here, Ren. But how are you feeling about these drafts, and which one kind of got your eye on being able to take the edge here?
I think for the overall dive potential, I definitely believe that the side of Nighthorde takes the cake in the team fights. However, their scaling is a little bit on the slower end for them to get damage, right? It's their draft caters towards that mid to late game, whereas Empyrean, again, having something like the Lilia, the utility jungler like the Fedrin, and then Kohari on this Beatrix, 3 solid early game picks. And if you look at the EXP laner, yes, it's balanced, but it's still relatively favoring that early game. So I do think in the early, definitely I'm gonna give it to Empyrean, but if it gets the late game, I'm fearful for Empyrean.
And I think, anyone would be a little fearful when things are kind of looking not in your favor. But right now, Rim, we're heading into game 2. Match points into the favor of Empyrean. They do have the advantage 1-0. Nighthorde looking to dig themselves out of the hole that they dug from game 1. And right now with the drafts, looks like they have a pretty good chance of getting it done, but we'll see how it translates for them as the match develops.
Yep, we're already seeing the level 2 for the mage as well as the roamer rotation being put in here, getting Axel quite low early on, gonna force them on the back end here, but they're not having quite an easier time in the top lane though, having death on this Terizla. He's a little bit more dominant in that lane, so he can kind of be a little bit more of a driving force. And we're going to see him shine, right? He's one of those EXP laners. He has the ability to rotate. He has the damage earlier on. Like I mentioned, they're pretty balanced. But in the mid lane, though, we're seeing a lot of attraction. Both teams kind of just trading blows here as they were fighting for the Lethal Wanderer, which is going to go into the hands of Nighthorde.
Does go into the favor. I'm a little curious on how these initial engagements are kind of going to go. I feel like Empyrean, with the CC that they have available, with the Cho, with Fredrin in their hands, it should be able to work out for them. But Miox doesn't know there's an ambush coming, and just like that, Fish will pick up his first kill. Death forced onto the Flicker. Spider James left all alone in between a little rock and hard place, retreating over the Golden Crab wall. Looks like he will be able to escape potentially, even stepping back up as if he wants more. But that's going to be all she wrote for that bot side engagement.
Absolutely right, but Nessa's not done. He's still going in.
Back into it, uses the energy eruption, using the pop-up knock-up. Muix will find a knock-up of his own with the G-Con do, but does not have the level 4. No way of the dragon, so no way to kind of piece that knock-up together to facilitate a kill to the hands of Empyrean there.
Yeah, we're already seeing Lapu there looking at Cho actually giving some vision there. Sorry, both teams kind of setting up for this turtle. This Bravest Fighter stance does go in though.
He did try to go ahead and land the stun, but it completely misses the mark. Venerage coming out from Kohari. I actually thought maybe he would help them in this siege for the turtle. Unipu stepping up, does have the black boot, so she can definitely play this very dangerously. Now she goes for the reset. Turtle still up for grabs. Huge penalty zone comes out. Death will find the kill on the Unipu. And we're still going. Anyone's turtle. Spider James will walk away with it for Empyrean, even though Nighthorde picking up the kills. They lose the battle, but potentially able to win out on the war here. Super Dre back into the fight with the Bravest Fighter stance. Very uncalled for, but he will be able to find the kill. Lands the stun. Thought he was going to be able to survive. Maybe there. Suki Nox will trade him out. But the way the dragon will not do enough to help him out there. But it was a bloodbath for that turtle there, Rim.
Now, it's always risky going for the Rafaela when you're that low, because her passive does scale off of how much HP you have, and it is true damage, so that's what actually took him down there. If it was any other support, they would have gotten that kill. But speaking of kills here,
could potentially see one. Axel caught out a bit, trying to run down Unipu. Does have the blood orb, but he's getting caught by so much CC, it doesn't even matter. Kohari lands the double. Fish will trade out Muix, but they're currently in the lead with Empyrean. Kohari, honestly, I was wondering if he was going to go a little bit more aggressive. Did have the flicker if he wanted to chase down for a 3-piece, but doesn't want to waste a skill, not for a support. Just going to go back to lane and play this smart.
absolutely right. Looking at some of the items, Melissa being able to pick up that corrosion sight, definitely going to help her in terms of scaling potential. But speaking of scaling here, Super James
walking down to the jungle. Suki not caught out. Appraiser Rifle fall. Doesn't pick up the kill, but now look at the TikTok. Cho finds the kick, and that's exactly what they need. But hang on. The bubbles pop out, but it doesn't matter. Kohari will find the kill. Fish will take down Muix. So it's a 1-for-1 trade for him in that fight there. Axel down as well. Finesse looked like he wants to come assist, but the call is to go back to farming. There's nothing left to go ahead and fix or clean up there.
And you mentioned the show, right? You said not everyone can do it. It's nothing like the ETA playstyle. And I think he's showing you that he's very much capable of finding the right angles, finding the plays, finding the movement, and finding his way around. But speaking of things to be around, Turtle has spawned in the second neutral objective, but action on the bot side. Nighthorde gonna go ahead and take Kohari off the map.
They do, and Dre, who's being very patient in small bush there next to Turtle, was able to make a bit of an ambush, wasn't able to find the kill, but they do secure pocket of opportunity, pocket of sunshine for the turtle. Unipoo forced to use the black boots. I don't know if it's going to be able to save her, and it will not. Spider James picks up the turtle, but Death will find the kill. Retribution used from iFinesse. They're looking to try to stop Spider James from being able to advance forward, and they will. Suginox finds the second kill. The holy healing, but also the holy killer here for the side of Nighthorde.
Now, if he was able to land at Appraiser's Wrath, I knew he was going to get a chunk of his HP back, but they were able to take him out in time. Speaking of things being taken out, down in the bot side, we did see Fish being able to take that tower in the bot lane as they're making these rotations to the top side, though. Are they going to be able to save the tower in time? Yes, they are, but Dre is in a bad place right now.
He is. He does have the flicker and the tower behind him, so he should be able to be safe. But plays like this, especially now without the flicker, could come back to bite him later on. Death, though, will be taken out by Kohari. The gold laner for Empyrean has stepped up in a huge way. He's 4-1-0 and now locking on to the tier 1 tower in mid lane. But here comes Axel. If he has anything to say about it, he'll stop him. Unipo with the black boost, but it takes it right back to tower. Maybe not have been the best play to use the ultimate, and now will be punished by iFinesse. His Nighthorde will pick up the kill in the top side and a tower to go ahead and trade it back out. Muix is looking for the knockup, forces out the Blood Ode from Axel. Now he's caught out. I don't know if he'll be able to sustain, but he will the ultimate. Huge regen capabilities there.
Absolutely, but away of the Dragonlance.
More TikTok and diminished rage, but the Vengeance will find the kill. Penalty zone came out. Kohari will take down Axel. Appraiser Wrap comes down, but Death will take him in. Empyrean is definitely going to look to keep the positioning here. Missing the G-Condu, Axel teleports right behind him with the instant transmission. It is a bit of a battle, a WWE moment. The wall wiggle entertainment, but the stun connects with the shield of unity. Dre somehow staying alive with that passive. Death, though, will take him out with the penalty zone into the back line as Axel flying at Kohari. Doesn't find the kill, but does force the flicker. Nibiru passion over the wall won't do too much, but look at Spider James. El Spuraman still wants to go for the contest. It's a 50-50 between him and Finesse, and Spider James will walk away with it in the 1v3 and over the turtle wall. Will he be able to escape? Death doesn't want to let him go. Hits him with all three of the execution strike. Energy eruption falls down very low. It regens so much HP. Even the revenge strike couldn't take him down, but now Death will finally pick it up. He's on a killing spree. Axel joins into the fight, gets hit by the way of the dragon, but the ultimate is still going. Death will find his double. A two-piece McBiscuit here from Nighthorde.
Now, I do like while all of this is going on, Fish is staying heavy on the objectives and he's finding these towers. He was able to clean up the entirety of bot lane, but look at Dre with the bravest fighter stance.
He is trying to make a play here, but again, just not able to keep up with the mobility of Axel on this Alice. The mid lane Alice, it was a questionable pick, but right now it seems to be some of the answers that Nighthorde needs up against Empyrean.
Especially when you're going up, when you have it comboed with the Rafaela. So that is some additional sustainability on top of that, right? So they definitely have to try to find one of these pickouts here. And that's the thing. Who is the right target? It's very hard for you to catch Fish, as we've been seeing with his positioning here, but Death might be taken off the board.
He should be Way of the Dragon and the Benders Rage combination, but the penalty zone will drop, but it won't be enough. Only one being penalized is him, Spider James, in the 1v3 trying to defend the tower. Life is low. Appraiser's Wrath won't be able to regen him much HP, drops them to half, but they will be able to escape right after. Vengeance onto Kohari, Axel on the Alice. Finesse looking to back him up. Shield Unity will connect with the stun, and they should be able to find the kill on to Muix, and they do find it. Kohari looking to defend, but look at the top side of the map. Fish has been pushing slowly but surely, found the outer turret. Kohari now stuck underneath the tower, but with Fish joining in, there is no minion wave. They shouldn't be able to push, but it looks like they want to stay here and maybe make it happen. But Lord spawning in, Rim turning their attention to the neutral objective.
Absolutely right. And again, credits to Fish finding these opportunities to open up the map a little bit more to get that lane pressure for the side of Empyrean going, right? They're already on this turtle in the mid lane, though. They're focusing on Death.
Unipoo gets forced to use the flicker, doesn't have the black boots. 0, 3, and 4 on the reset champion, and Death will go pick up the kill and make him 0 and 4. It almost seems like targeting efforts are going on right now. Spider James being zoned out, Axel chasing them down as well. Death rotating over to the Lord Pit. Kohari putting on some good DPS there with the Nibiru. right now. I don't think Empyrean has what they need to contest it. Super Dre steps up, but the jungler isn't even here to pick it up. Fish will actually go ahead and secure the Lord for them as Kohari will take down Death. He is still half HP. Finesse will go ahead and take out Spider James. I was wondering if Kohari would maybe help them rotate a little bit more after they found the first kill, but he just wants to clear the mini waves. He doesn't want them to be able to push their tier 1 in the mid lane.
And that's really smart. But if we look at some of the itemizations coming in here, we're seeing that standard build coming in from the Alice, right? She does have the clock into the dominance eyes as well. But look, speaking of dominance, their presence being known in the mid lane here.
Still, the Unity connects with the stun. Bravest Fighter stands from Dre, but he's taking a lot of damage here. Gonna have to use the Raging Slash to try and escape. Muix looking for the back line, finds the kick. Axel takes the kill down on Dre. Fish will go ahead and trade out Muix. It's a 1-for-1 so far, making a 2-for-1 as Kohari will pick up a kill. Double kill for Fish. The gold laners for both teams trying to make the plays to keep their team in a comfortable position. But look at Def walking through the tower. He's going to go ahead and cut the minions. They really want to try to get this mid lane tower. Finesse, Fish, Suki Knox walking down with this Lord. Super James gets bursted. He immediately hit with the Ice Retribution, and Fix will picks up his 7th kill of the game. Kohari will trade out, finds the kill on Suki Knox, but not before the outer turret gets taken down. And now all that effort from Def to proxy the wave will pick them up an outer turret and the tier 2.
Absolutely right. Good defense though coming in from the side of Empyrean. Kohari being able to find that kill onto Suki Knox definitely helped set Nighthorde back to make them really stay in this game a little longer there. And I really, if you look at some of the items that's being built in here as well as the gold lead, yes, Fish is quite fed right now, but if you look at Kohari, both ADCs are kind of competing with each other, but somehow he's being able to maintain that lead over Nighthorde, and that's because he's been focusing on clearing these waves, right? He's been really focused on not allowing them the opportunity to push these lanes as well. And if we look at some of the items from the Rafaela, she did pick up that Ice Queen wand, and I mentioned the Ice Queen in when you pair that up with something like the Alice and those dive potential, when you rock something like the Fedrin, he really suffers against constant slows. So that's definitely something that they have going for them here. But both teams kind of setting up. Finesse looking for the drive by Retry on the buff though.
Potentially be looking for it, maybe just wanting to force it, but he does go ahead and use his own Retribution. I think he maybe try to make them use it ahead of the Lord. The Retro would have been back a little bit on time, but just the fact that they would have been missing would allow them to feel comfortable to at least go ahead and start it. You can see Nighthorde kind of wants to keep Empyrean in a certain position, but hang on, Muix goes for the kick, but it's the wrong way. And that's going to be a waste of a way of the dragon, and right before Lord, how critical could that be? They're not going to be able to deny Finesse positioning here unless they're really able to bring some aggression. But hang on, Unipu being chased down by Axel, trying to keep him away with the Shadow Energy, slowing him down with the Ice Queen wand. But now the rest of Nighthorde swinging over. They have 5 members down on the bot side of the map, and right now, Super Dre is the one member missing from Empyrean. They're going to engage the 5v4. Bennett Rage will drop down on multiple members, but in his own will find the 3-man set. Will they be able to finish this up? Fish will take down Spider James. That's already the Retribution eliminated, but Axel doesn't want to stop there. Finds the kill onto Kohari. 2 members wiped from existence from Empyrean as Nighthorde can now go ahead and look to set up for the Lord. But no, they're going to look for more. Fish with the go away will go ahead and deny Super Dre entrance into his zone. Way the Dragon goes out, but the Winter Trench will pop. Muix again with a failed attempt to set up a kill. And now Fish targeting onto the base will lock down. And they will even up this series. And it's a reset in between Nighthorde and Empyrean at 1 apiece.
Now, definitely played this game to the T, being able to scale into the late game, right? Which I mentioned is where their strength is going to come from. When you rock something like the Alice, something like the Melissa, as well as the Rafaela, all 3 of these heroes scale quite well into that late game. And if we look at some of the items that was picked up for them, Axel going in for that full burst, a really good outplay there with the Winter Truncheon after getting that Way of the Dragon landed into the tower. This time around, when we look at some of the team fight participation, is very high coming in from the side of Nighthorde here. But Fish, man, with that tower damage, not being so much worried about what the rest of the team is doing, as long as he's being able to open up the tower and keep the pressure on these lanes, that's essentially what led him to being able to dish out not only that much damage, but take the team to victory here.
I have to tell you, man. I mean, you don't really have to worry about the team fights, but you got Alice over in the hands of Axel doing 35% of the team damage there. It wasn't really much needed to go ahead and win that out. It makes it really easy to focus on other things. And I'm wondering what maybe can we see from the side of Empyrean to kind of right the wrongs. Game one, they opened up so strong. Oh, okay, well, I guess that's the answer. Ban the Alice.
Ban the Alice. You're wondering about that. I'm wondering where my casting partner is. All I see is an Akai right now getting banned out. I don't see my fellow caster on the casting desk. Did they snatch you? Did something happen? Did something? There he is. Welcome back. Welcome back.
No, I just turned the light off. I was just playing a little silly joke. But moving along though here, they also ban out the MLSA. So a lot of reactive bans coming out based off of what happened in game 2 there. I'm not sure if these are worthwhile bans. I feel like there's ways to absolutely counterplay both of them. I mean, Alice mid lane sure can catch you off guard, but it happens once, you know. You should be able to find the answer. MLSA is very easy to answer. She's not even really on the radar for most teams at competitive level. I think EMP just really bad at figuring out how to deal with that. I mean, it got picked up so early. You had potential to counter out in the roam, potential to cash out. Counter out in the EXP, even the mages. It was a lot of ways to answer that. I just don't think maybe they have the know-how on how to maybe draft against it. But it is a wasted ban. There's going to be things that may be let through because of these decisions here, and that's always the scary part. You're letting a lot of things through in a match point for both of these teams. It's very risky.
Yeah, I definitely feel like something like the Lolita in that roam position might have fared up, quite well. She'd be able to stop the teleport from the Alice and kind of just send back a lot of the damage as well that was coming in from the MLSA. And when you think about it, they didn't really have anyone that can kind of really cancel her out. And even if they do cancel her out, that's still a stun secured. And then when you have something like the Lilia, you can go ahead and spam your glooms on top of it. But I think Empyrean is one of those teams, with both these teams, we saw both rock responsive bans, right? In the second game, we saw it coming in from the side of Nighthorde, but in this game, we're seeing it come out from the side of Empyrean. And I think it's smart, because if you know what is the enemy's comforts, you can put them between a rock and a hard place, right? Put them in an uncomfortable position. But again, we're seeing the veteran being picked up from Spider James yet again. And I know you're not too fond of the Frederick pick anymore.
I'm really not. And again, with this Raphaelia being up, it just means more kiting to come through. I mean, we definitely saw the effect to his defense is apparent. There was moments where he was just getting absolutely shredded, and it's like, the guy I used to know would have bonked his way out of that. But not anymore. If you can't stay alive, to let that crystal energy be converted into the shield, to drop that kind of reversal ultimate down the Appraiser's Wrath, kind of what's the point? I do though like the fact that Empyreans kind of go for this Faramis, a little more sustainability in the team fights, maybe let them prolong them, because they got absolutely outclassed and outmatched, I feel like, in those 5v5 engagements. So I feel like Faramis really helps teams that are kind of struggling in that. You kind of get that get out of jail free card. You mess it up once, but if you mess it up twice, it's definitely all on you. So at that point, I feel like they kind of got to make this thing work, and it goes really well with the Immortals here. They don't get to take anything like the Raphaelia, but with Faramis, you kind of get the same thing. You can kind of go for the free dives, the free charges, if you will.
Yeah, I feel like it's a really good pick, but Axel on the Valentina, that's gonna be another round for them as well. Additionally, with the Raphael and the Revitalize, right? So I do think there is a lot of backfire potential coming in. And yes, the recent changes to Valentina, where she takes her ultimate cooldown is reflective of the ultimate she takes. Yes, it's going to be relatively long, but it's just going to let Axel know that, okay, if this is what I have to deal with as a payoff, then I'm gonna have to be patient. And I feel like we saw how he played in the last game. Definitely waited for the right moments, and he knows how to, you know, utilize these mid laners. So I feel like, yes, I like the Faramis pick, but I think they're a little bit too much with it.
And that middle band's really good. That's what I was expecting maybe from the side of Empyrean. Because then at that point, even if they do take the Faramis ult, when you have the energy eruption from Fredrin, you know, that big taunt, you have the Minoan Fury, basically a double knockup there with the largest AoE CC effect in the game. Pretty much nullifies the Cold Altar being used from Axel there, but it does get denied. So now I'm wondering maybe dual-edged sword again, but that's always when you're facing something like Valentina. They could look for things like Kaja as well in the roam to kind of punish them not having any frontline capabilities here. That's one way that they can go ahead and maybe set up their roam. Other things to look at could potentially even be something, pull out something like a Kufra. Honestly, look for the engagement with the Kufra. If you really want to lock in some set potential. I feel like these are good options. There's not really any more supports left unless you want to go really ube and lock in Estes with the Faramis, even a Florin as well. But I feel like more engagement's a little bit better for them. But ooh, Nighthorde might potentially lock in the X-Borg. Like they're going to swing their attention maybe to... No, they're going to stay with it. I think Tourism might have been better for them though. They don't have any set right now.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but if we looking at their AoE burst potential, I feel like that's where they're really going for. And I mean, yeah, you mentioned going for the support here, but they're also hovering over the Diggy. But I'll just discuss that, deciding on what they lock in. But I feel like with Empyrean locking in the Faramis, they have to kind of group up, right? So whether they go for set or that AoE burst, which they do have now with death, true damage, mind you, definitely a good thing. And you know what? I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna pass it right back to you so you can talk about it.
Easy, too easy. Go from my boy. What I'm talking about. That's just the right decision right there. You gotta love it. You know, if you're gonna go for the set, that's the only other option, man. You got to go for the Kufra. Now I have to say, Muex, we know he likes to run the pickoffs. The Edith was great. The Cho was garbage. Let's see if he can fix things up with the Kufra here. It's a little bit easier to execute with. But then again, if you can't land the knockup, it's just as bad as missing those way the Dragons are kicking people the wrong direction. You know what I'm talking about. But hopefully we don't have to worry about that from them. But again, Nighthorde, I'm a little concerned, man. They really took no CC here. For their composition. And if they lock in this Yi Sun Shin, that's a little reckless at that point. You're inviting some invades. And okay, well, all right. 50-50 battle, 1-1, lock in the Yi Sun Shin. I do know, okay, to be fair, I believe iFinesse is actually a pretty
he's a really
pretty proficient Yi Sun Shin user. So I'll give him credit for that. I'll let it slide just because of that.
Definitely. And you know my thing, I always say if you're comfortable on a pick, I still think comfort picks and pocket picks have a space. They may not be having a space in the meta, but they could still get some front row tickets, right, in the right hands. But we're jumping in to game 3 of the series versus Nighthorde and Empyrean here. This is match point. It's 1-1 across the board. It's just gonna see who's gonna be able to take it home here. Whose draft are you favoring here?
I mean, boy, I'd be lying if I said I didn't favor the side of Empyrean. I like having CC on the team. I love having reliable engage. I think Nighthorde's draft is very reliant on you being a lot better than your opponents to run without any real engage, without any real counter engage. It seems almost like they're looking to be able to position better, be able to burst out targets better with some good target prioritization. It's a lot running on just being better than the opponents, and so far I don't think either one of these teams are just outright better than the other team. So this could be dangerous for them as Empyrean going for that cut down in the bot side.
Yep, we're seeing them looking for Suki Nox though. Gonna go ahead and force out that early revitalize, but they're still looking for her. forcing her on that recall, but still not making it easy. We're seeing Super James already getting some of the invade on stealing out some of the jungle here, but
there's some potential for things to go wrong here. Landed knock up, but on the other side, Spider James looking for the invades we were talking about. You kind of invited into your home. They're trying to pull this back. Does he have the retribution? He does. Who's able to win that? I think Spider James went ahead and took it away from iFinesse there. And yes, he did take it away. So iFinesse losing the red buff, but he might be able to find the kill in the super dry. Dashing away, almost falls to the light of retribution. Spider James, what a knock up. Super Dre narrowly escapes. Hang on, actually. Ooh, boy, I thought Finesse was gonna let that thing go. And Spider James goes ahead and locks in the Litho as well. Even without the retribution, and he's already level 4. Finesse still trying to find anything to reach that same level. But Muix lands a Tyrant Rage there. Good knock up. They're about to break the figure of armor. Def does have Flicker if needed be, but the Energy Eruption might not let him use it. Appraiser's Raffle missed the mark. Finally uses the Flicker, able to escape. And right now, Empyrean giving chase, but they're going to go ahead and back away. Maybe just set up for the turtle now.
Absolutely right. And again, you mentioned it. If they went something like the Turisla, I feel like I agree with you. It would have definitely helped their draft synergize a little bit more. The X-Borg, yes, he does have some capabilities of zoning and dealing some AoE damage here. It's just not going to give you the same effect and same element of surprise that the Turisla did. But speaking of surprises here, Kohari might be in for one.
He definitely could be. Fish trying to go for the play. Doesn't have to be forced for the flicker. Can Axel go ahead and clean it up? 5 Finesse will go ahead and tippity tap and kill secure that and go ahead and add to his KDA, his first kill on the board. The first kill in the game right now in between either one of these teams, believe it or not, as Nighthorde strikes hot first.
Absolutely, and this is the type of responses that they need. And we saw in the previous game, once Nighthorde helped, good Shadow Stampede there.
And an even better Tyrant's Revenge. Spider James and Super Dre on a race to see who can find the kill, but Dre just a little bit faster than him to go ahead and land the punch and take that away. Looking to take the gold plating away, but hang on, Dre committing to Finesse, wants to make him back away, trying to zone him out, but little did he know he was getting collapsed on. That's a sandwich that he didn't want to be caught in between. Boy, that's baloney.
Absolutely, and I thought he was just gonna poke him out and then retreat from the side where he had the minions on, but he's decided to fully commit, and definitely not the decisions that you want to be doing in the early game. You don't want to give up your lead. You don't ever want the opponents to find a trade-off, right? You want to keep the advantage, you want to have the upper edge, and you starve them out that way. But if you give them things to buy, they're definitely going to take it if you're selling it for free. So another engage here though.
It is another engage. iFinesse able to escape there. In the top side, a little bit of action as well. Muix will find the kill onto Fish. It's a 3v2. They can absolutely look to zone this out if they want to, but if you look at Finesse, he's looking to try to make his way up here potentially to help them out. Axel going for the arcane step, trying to clear out the waves. Not a lot of damage to go ahead and do so. Muix finds the Tyrant's Rage there, finds a good knock up. Shadow Stampede won't pull him out too far. They will be able to defend, and with Lord coming up, looks like Nighthorde and Empyrean will both look to set up and battle out for this one here, Rim.
Now, Empyrean definitely has to be a little bit more cautious here, but an engage though.
Caught that boy lacking from the bush, but the Holy Baptism creates space for them to go ahead and disengage. Empyrean wasting no time going to lock in for the tower. Super Dre with the knockout strikes. So we get the kill on the Suki Nox, but again, maybe potentially in the sandwich, but no, he's able to go ahead and dip and dash. Almost even able to find the tower, courtesy of Kohari, but they will be able to find this turtle, and I'd imagine they go ahead and look to collapse on top of Fish, who thinks he's in a 1v1, but looks can be deceiving. Objects are closer than they appear in the mirror. He will be taken out here from the side of Empyrean. Muix will make sure that he finds a kill. Now look at that. What color is your Ducati? Is Muix will be assisted there from the damage from Kohari, traded out by Suki Nox, but again, winning out on the trade, will find the tower. Nighthorde trying to trade back, but with no minions, will be forced on the retreat. But wait, Super James, well, looks like he wanted to give chase, but not able to keep up with Axel.
Absolutely right, and I do think it was a little bit premature of that Nether Realm from Unipu there, but anything to make sure that you keep that mid lane inhibitor turret up and standing. So One thing about Empyrean, though, I will say they put a lot of focus into the mid lane as well as defending theirs because there's a lot of strength in keeping that mid lane up. It opens up way too much in the
Ooh.
map here, but speaking of things that has to be opened up, Finesse going to be sent to the morgue as he was taken down by Super Dre. They're going to go ahead and cut the wave as well as offer some zoning, but a good engage there.
A lovely time to revenge right into the energy eruption. Axel never even had the opportunity to retreat or fight back. Ice Retribution goes out. Energy eruption again, looking for the pop-up knockup. Appraiser will go ahead and pimp slap him down. iFinesse will be able to find the trade though. Muix missing the knockup, but not before the damage is done. Empyrean, a 1-for-2, will win out on the engagement.
But again, Fish being very focused on the objective, not really thinking about these team fights, was able to push that lane in the bot side, and we've seen what happens when you let him do this for free, right? But they're poking down Death, trying to make him force that shield. He's gonna use the last insanity to escape, but that is some good knowledge for the side of Empyrean now.
It is definitely some good things coming out from the side of Empyrean. Speaking of things on the side, Turtle just spawned in, being pulled to the side of Empyrean. It doesn't look like Nighthorde is even thinking about trying to contest this one bit. They just don't have what they need right now to go ahead and fight it out. A little behind on economy, a little behind on items. His Muix going for the wild jump, just looking to find anything he can right now on the map.
Absolutely right. And I'm taking a minute to look at these levels. Nighthorde is really good at kind of keeping the lead at a sustainable distance, right? If we look at both junglers right now, Finesse is level 9, and even though Spider James is level 11, he's still kind of keeping up here, but they're looking for the engage. However, they are going to be caught out though, so they're kind of stepping it back, kind of testing the waters a little bit. But look at Kufra looking for the charge, and he lands it.
And Fish is in trouble, is able to use the flicker though. Empyrean actually being forced to retreat with the Cult Altar. Not able to go ahead and find the follow-up that they wanted to be able to piece together that kill. But they do go ahead and find the tower, which is more than enough. I mean, towers are the name of the game, quite literally. But look, down the bottom side, a bit of a 1v1. Super Dre not going to waste any time. Already cleared the minions. Now looking to rotate, help the team out, make some plays. Super James, you can see he wanted to go ahead and maybe potentially force that fight, but no one there. Kahari down on the bot side wants to force his death away from the lane. And a bit of a 1v1. And obviously the range is going to win out, force Death to step back from the tower.
Absolutely. But speaking of forcing people to step back here, they were trying to secure that buff, but Finesse was able to get it. But it's kind of 3v2 situation. Eunice getting kind of poked down by this Valentina right now. She's building into that lightning truncheon. So is this for Ramis. And once they're both able to secure their burst items, they are going to be dishing out a little bit more damage. The Raphael this time around is not having the easiest time in terms of dishing out that sustainability, as she is being kind of focused and chunked down before she can get the opportunity to really help her team shine. But someone who has been shining though is this Kufra, being able to find so many of these engages, and that's the thing, right? Whenever you're going up against the Kufra, getting hit by him is sometimes all it takes to make your team back off or secure a death here, to secure your visitation rights. Just make sure you have your eulogy written if there's a good Kufra on the enemy team. But speaking of enemies here, engage is happening.
It is unfolding, breaking out a bit. Muix needs to be careful. You see Death wants to lock him down with the Ice Cream Wall, but it actually gets locked by the Energy Eruption. Holy Baptism went out, but missed everyone. Now Death forced to flicker, or he would be looking to get punished. Look at Super Death on the flank, finds Fish with a knockout strike. Can look to take him out. He's going to be getting collapsed on all alone, but here comes reinforcements. The cavalry is finally here. They have forced Nighthorde to back up out of their own jungle. Axel stepping up to the bush for Muix! 4-man set. The Tyrant Revenge as Unipoo will pick up a double kill off of it, and Super Dre will take out Finesse. You talk about an engagement, talk about setup. That is what you want to see from your roamer.
And it's like I mentioned, make sure you have your eulogy written, because you never know when your time is going to come. We're going to see them focus on this mid lane to open up the tower a little bit more. We are seeing them working onto this first Lord. This is the first Lord of the game, right? I'm pretty sure. Yep. It's going to be the
It
first
is.
lord that's going to go into the hands of Imperium. It wasn't quite a contest, but it was kind of contested. I've seen a few YSS be able to snatch a lord with that ultimate, but it is going to safely and securely go into the hands of Imperium. And right now, what I want from them, try to be a little bit patient. If all that they can do is open up the base, take that and walk away. Take that and play patient, because last time we saw them have this opportunity and they kind of did too much with it.
And right now, hang on. It looked like they were trying to go for another engagement, but the knockup would miss the mark. The Holy Baptism being forced out from Suki. I wouldn't even say forced out, just unwisely utilized. There was no reason to really call it out. Def going for the last insanity, wants to get rid of the minions, but it's still a cannon left all alone. But a fresh wave backing it up. They can look to go ahead and take this tower down with the Lord Super Dre. 3-man knockout strike. No one to follow him up, but he does do a good job of zoning them out. It's a free tower for them. Maybe look towards the mid lane. It's only Def defending it. Heavy crossbow comes out. Will be an easy pickup. That's a drive-by tower takedown from Kohari here on the Irithel. And I think that's good enough for them. They will go ahead and look to retreat and disengage from that.
Absolutely right. I do like the discipline that I'm seeing coming in from Imperium this time around. If you look at some of the items, Rethel already has her core items being picked up. She might be building in for some defense here with that component that she does have picked up. The Faramis does also have that burst being built in, as well as this Valentina. So we're going to see a little bit more damage coming in. But if we look at defense, though, Imperium has that defense as well as sustainability, but Nighthorde doesn't really have anything going for them. In fact, the only actual defense item that is on their team is this immortality that's being built in by this export here. So I'm not too sure how well that's going to fare off for them. We did see, even though Axel does have the Nether Realm as an option, they're getting it bursted down quite easily. So definitely need to keep that in mind, get a little bit more defensive items on their side so they can better respond to these engages coming in from the side of Imperium here. Because there's realistically no point in building full damage when you're not alive to deal any.
Definitely. I mean, it's great logic to me. It definitely checks out what you're saying there. I do agree, but right now need to be careful. Death actually knows. Going to check the bush with the Eyes Between Wand. He should be able to back away from the Super James applying the CC, taking a lot of damage. Again, defense is very lacking. Huge appraisers wrap. Muex finds the set. But the Tyrant's Revenge really able to find the kill on the Suki Nox, though, was only on the roam. But a good Shadow Stampede flicker in from Unipoo. Atta girl, Eunice. Able to help Empyrean pick up some kills there. A 2-piece for them. They could make the call to either try to end the game or play it safe and go for the Lord, but it looks like Empyrean wants to take this game right here, right now. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it is match point. A mistake here could send somebody home. Last Insanity goes out. Cult Altar will help negate the damage. Back into the fray is the members of Empyrean. They have the minions. All they have to do is lock the base, and they will. Empyrean will take the second series up against Nighthorde.
Man, really good game being played from both sides. We saw the kind of back and forth in terms of responses in the draft, but on the end screen of this game here, Unipoo being able to secure the MVP on this Faramis, which, though, if you don't know, this is one of her comfort picks. She's been very proficient on this Faramis, even before he kind of popped off into the meta, right? Seeing him build a Furl Burst there. Kohari, though, on this Irithel, the KDA is not as impressive as we saw it in the first game, but it definitely did get the job done in terms of opening up the map. That is 79% tower damage, being very objective focus there, and beautiful engages coming in from that Wilmer. We saw a lot of responses. Dre as well being able to find the backline, and again, it's being reflected in the team fight participation for the side of Imperium. Nighthorde, they did have a decent draft, I will give them that, but unfortunately they just lacked a little bit of that front line as well as that setter, which you had mentioned in the draft here.
Couldn't have said it any better. Like you said, this is going to be concluding out that second series, and with that, we're going to be heading over to a little bit of intermission, a bit of a break as we wait for Series 3.
Payback time. Raise the sky!
You don't know how close death is.
Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the God of Light and the God of Darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Erudicio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, this is our history that every scholar in Erudicio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you. Or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Engines roaring and ready to go.
Nothing beats the adrenaline rush.
3, 2, 1, go! I feel like a monster on this thing. Heads up! Engine blast! Overdrive! Engine blast!
Hitting the apex. Too slow. Out of my way. Hitting the apex. Nice ride, but I prefer mine.
어제 머리 잘랐거든? I become a bowl cut, guys. 이런 거 내가 다 지우는. 아니야. 아니 그냥 하나 틀어 하기가 여러 가지 있는데 몰라요. 틀어 하기 싫은 거야. 그냥 다 잘라주니까 괜찮게 자르고 나 그래서 보통 잘 자르는데.
Anyway, that's repaint.
We are going
Famous repaint. Apparently he's famous among guys in ML. Apparently.
Apparently.
지금 venue 갑니다.
지금 오전 8:37 a.m. and we're heading to the NEC2 Carnival.
Had a hard time coming in here.
Had a really hard time coming in, but we made it and then we got our staff.
Struggling with her height. Sina. We're like decorating right now. We have to make a hashtag NACT.
Someone for 7th anniversary? I think you're making MLBB too. Is it MLBB anniversary? Okay. So
Look at those tassels. We put it up here thinking it was a good idea. It's like a little backdrop. And when the wind is so strong, it keeps coming, like it has no control. And then I blew all those balloons. Man, I did a whole year worth of long exercise because of this. It says happy 7th birthday.
Check-in.
Welcome to the check-in booth. This is where you check in. The struggle. Food. We're getting fed. Thank you. Looks so good. We can do one. Eat. We got the NACT care pack. Then, so there's 2 breads. There was 3. Sina took one of them. Bag of bones, Cheetos, barbecue, and some more snacks. Everyone's standing outside because there's no chair.
He asked me for a break.
What?
Between us, break between us. And then I was like, okay, if you need it, then I'll.
The vlog that I will never produce.
So I go ahead and match the 6 saber first.
Yes, she came late. This girl came late, but she got us coffee. This is what the staffs / VIPs do when the games are going on. She's taking a bill. 2 girls. Okay. What are those?
No, for real. Wait, I don't have my phone on me. Fuck. I'll show you the target. Alright. We did the forehead thing.
We were on our way to UA's place for like a little after party on day one, but guess what? Nami realized she left her camera at the venue, and guess what? Everyone left the venue. So we're driving back to the venue. So we're praying that the camera's still there and the venue's open. It's still there, because we didn't bring it. It's still there. We are having a little more drive. We're having like 30 more extra minutes of driving. Drive with Nami. 뭐야 이거? 갑자기? Camera rescue expedition took a turn. Where do you have basketball? Oh my god! If you wanna. Nami kind of suck at basketball. Third try, no charm. Nami, what if they lock the door? We need your camera. Oh my god.
You got this, girl.
Yes! We can go home. We can't, not home. We can get dinner now. Yes. Finally, yay! Dinner time! The camera's back to its Nami. We got our dinner. Nami.
We got our dinner.
Yeah. We're going to UA's place now because we are gonna hang out and drink a little. Yeah, it's our house. Let's close the gate. Oh my god, that must be his dog's bed.
It's never about me, huh? Always about my dog.
Your party needs to be.
We're at UA's place. UA's doggo. Hello, doggo. And then
I know where it is. On the
food ASMR time.
right there, having an anime.
대박, there's an egg. 달걀, 계란. How do you say egg? tamago.
Tamago.
No, that's Japanese. 계란. That's Korean. What's that?
Itlog.
Yeah.
Getting red. I'm not Google. 15 seconds. But just ask me what. Just finish that first.
I don't know why the noodles are. What's happening? It's deep. It's so stiff. No, we need to preheat it again, I guess. Do we? I think so. I just not
My ass is reserved for woman and woman only.
Not hot at all. It's like a lukewarm.
Let me see. That's how gay got chat, buddy.
The group?
If you're a woman,
yeah.
I will fuck you. If I'm transgender, no. Hell no. I'm a woman still. Hey!
Las Vegas.
Because yesterday,
I swear the last NACT was, but isn't it?
I think all the guys are gonna overtalk us.
Let's go, bro.
They're gonna judge us because we're like drinking.
Why do we look like the most drunk one without the alcohol?
Yo. You. No, no, you're not. Nah, you're banging. Crazy.
I'm hyped up, bro.
No, one of our members are drunk. The struggle is so real.
I got it in US face.
For a good NACT that everyone came through.
Say it.
Lots of people from different places around the world. And we
Yo!
Okay.
Not the Louis Vuittons!
We didn't even have dinner yet and we're drinking already.
I know,
This is a
right?
bad idea.
Yeah.
Where's the drink?
I got
Yeah.
jeans.
But we need the wine glass or something.
Fucking jeans. India!
What was on the road? Was it a trash can? Where was the trash can in the middle of the road?
saw a trash on the road. Crazy.
Ah, that's my ex. On the middle of the road, he's committing suicide. That's my ex.
I'm cheap, still hit a chick like, yo, can I borrow your Netflix? She a feminist, she think I'm sexist, twisting my words, I'm fishy dyslexic, give me my space, I'm intergalactic. Before I give you my Insta password, I'll give you the pin to my Amex. Alright. This ain't stainless steel, it's platinum.
I totally forgot about recording anything, but there's Cena with Layla, Raz, Basha, and there's a one too. Don't know her name yet. Yes. You can write your name, in-game name, something you. The game didn't even start yet. She's like, at the party. General is here. Joseph General is here.
Floating and I won't go under. Been out of town for a month. Absence made the love grow fonder. UK rapper, UK drill, gotta mention my name. If you talk about it and them celebrate Eid, the trap's still running on Christmas Day. How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay. Hit man in a clutch, I see a man topless, even a stick.
I brought my phone charger, but I forgot my phone. I don't bring it.
You didn't bring your phone?
Yeah,
This dumbass didn't bring his phone. Hey, barbecue time! My husband was here. This is my bias. Oh, that's your bias? Mommy likes Stray Kids. I like Shiga. Trying to get the angle. Oh my god, okay.
Get to the club in my taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rocking kicks? She gotta be from out of town.
Mommy and Moonton dropped me off at the airport. I am going to check in now. I'm gonna check that I need to go to security. I'll talk to y'all after that. Bye bye.
This ain't stainless steel, it's platinum. Dinner table, I got manners. T-shirt tucked in napkin. Still loading, that's the caption. I've only amounted a minimal fraction. Eat good, I got indigestion. There's snow in my hood, no aspirin. Can't get rid of my pain with aspirin. Dave just came in at Aston, I'm making that Maybach music. They're trying to insult me, I'm telling them something. I may ask.
Payback time. My world is the sky! You don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the god of light and the god of darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Erudicio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, this is our history that every scholar in Erudicio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you, or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Engines roaring and ready to go.
Nothing beats the adrenaline rush.
3, 2, 1, go! I feel like a monster on this thing. Heads up! Engine blast! Overdrive! Engine blast! Engine blast!
Hitting the apex. Too slow. Out of my way. Hitting the apex. Nice ride, but I prefer mine.
어제 머리 잘랐거든? I become a bowl cut, guys. 여기 옆에 다 지우면 아니야. 아니 그냥 하나 트롤하기가 여러 가지 있는데 올라가려고 트롤하기 싫은 거야. 다 잘라줄까? 괜찮게 자르고 나는 그래서 보통 잘 자르는데.
Anyway, that's repaint.
We're going
Famous repaint. Apparently he's famous among guys in ML. Apparently.
apparently.
지금 venue 갑니다.
지금 오전 8:37 a.m. and we're heading to the NECT Carnival.
Had a hard time coming here.
Had a really hard time coming in, but we made it and then we got our staff.
Struggling with her height. Sina. We're like decorating right now. I have to make a hashtag NACT.
Someone for 7th anniversary? I think it's like MLBB2. Is it anniversary? Okay.
Look at those tassels. We put it up here thinking it was a good idea. It's like a little backdrop. And when the wind is so strong, it keeps coming. Like it has no control. And then I blew all those balloons. Man, I did a whole year worth of long exercise because of this. It says happy 7th birthday.
Check-in.
Welcome to the check-in booth. This is where you check in. The struggle. Food. We're getting fed. Thank you. Looks so good. We can do one. Eat. We got the NACT care pack. Then, so there's 2 breads. There was 3. Sina took one of them. Bag of bones, Cheetos, barbecue, and some more snacks. You can see. Everyone's standing outside because there's no chair.
He asked me for a break.
What?
Between us. Break between us.
Okay.
And then I was like, okay, if we need it, then I'll...
The vlog that I will never produce.
So I go ahead and match the 6 saber first.
Guess who came late? This girl came late, but she got us coffee. This is what the staffs / VIPs do when the games are going on. She's taking a bill. 2 girls. Okay.
What are those?
No, real. Wait, I don't have my phone on me. Fuck. I'll show you in Target. Alright. We did the forehead thing.
We were on our way to UA's place for like a little after party of day 1, but guess what? Nami realized she left her camera at the venue. And guess what? Everyone left the venue. So we're driving back to the venue. So we're praying that the camera's still there. And the venue's open.
Welcome back, guys, to the House of Pisces X Nighthorde tournament. This is week 2, day 3 for the top 16s. House of Pisces has partnered with Nighthorde and the MLSA to provide 16 teams the opportunity to compete in a single elimination tournament for a total prize pool of $1,000 USD and 100k diamonds provided by Moonton. And you know, we had a little bit of a scuffle earlier. We had to delay a lot of these matches, but right here we will have Team Avalon play against Dark Immortals. Now, Avalon, unfortunately, they did not make the required time on the very first match, so they do end up losing the first game. So it is going to be a 1-0 lead for the side of Dark Immortals. But now on the casting desk, we have two beautiful people once again. We have Mr. Quirky here, and also Rem coming back to the business.
What's up?
What's going on? It's gonna be a good one, man. In between Avalon and Dark Immortals. Already they're locking in the comfort pick here for Joy Baj. The Kaja, we've seen him use it quite a bit during the NACT run. And Dark Immortals right now, they have the advantage. All right, it may be an unfair advantage. Maybe if they do take this game, they're able to win. Someone was like, hey man, it don't count, but it don't matter. All right. A win is a win, no matter how dirty it is, how grimy. It's a W, no matter what. If I'm Dark Immortals, I'm gonna be bragging like I beat Avalon, and all I had to do was win one game. I'm one of them ones.
You know, and it makes sense. But we're looking at this draft right now. We're seeing some pretty solid bans being banned out from both sides, though. But speaking of things that are being picked up for the side of Dark Immortals, which is playing on the red side, we're seeing Yeho there on this Basha pick, as well as Maxi locking in this Bruno pick. Now that's going to be a little bit of that early game pressure coming in from the Basha in the jungle position, and Maxi, of course, the Bruno to scale into that mid to late game. But some good responses for the side of Avalon.
Yeah, man, some good responses. It seems like we've fallen back to old habits here with Zane locking in this Akai. The patch is forcing them that way. The Panda. It was the Panda long before it was the Bonk. But now Fredden received a bit of nerfs there, going back onto what he knows best there. But onto the other side, Dark Immortals, they got the box here, got the Bruno. Honestly, these bans and these picks so far are a lot more of what I was seeing today earlier. In the digital games. This is a lot more standard. The big three have been banned out. It's been some jungles, some mid lanes, and now, you know, starting to beef up with the roams, the utility junglers. It's all panning out pretty well. And ooh, Gord right away here inside of Dark Immortals to line up, and I'm actually not opposed to it. Kind of a fan.
Yeah, me too. Especially up against something like the Novaria. Both these picks are kind of zoners here. Both of them also have the capabilities of giving some vision and some bush tracks as well to reveal where the enemies are. I do also like the Gord up against some picks like the Kaja, right? When you get a backline mage that has to play from the distance, it's kind of really hard for this Kaja to really dive in and find their mark. It's also really good going up against a utility jungler, because he's also one of those heroes that prioritizes the ice queen wand in his equipment set there. And whenever you're using a utility jungler, one of your biggest downfalls or hardest things to go up against is usually those slows. Now if you look at the bans, we're seeing some dive capabilities being banned out there for the side of Dark Immortals, batting out that export, which could also, you know, be flexed as well. So I do think it's a pretty solid ban coming in from them, but I feel like they should also put a little bit of focus into that gold lane there. I would potentially ban out something like the Claw that can kind of dive to the back line and easily get to Kopsky there on this Gord. He also has the mobility with the BMI, so I think those are things that they should keep in mind.
I definitely do agree. I know earlier a lot of every team actually that picked up Brody in that other tourney, they always second half banned out Brody and Irithel every time they locked in the Bruno. Those are the de facto ban responses in the second half, and they actually banned out the Ixia, which is a little strange. I mean, she can play into Bruno. She actually should be able to edge it out. Kind of the popular opinion there, but again, now Brody and the Irithel are let out, and I'm pretty sure Basic. I mean, he loves playing the damn Brody. You know, sorry, I don't know if I was supposed to say that if it was, you know, family friendly, but he does like to play the Brody, and I think it's a good time for him to go ahead and pull it out here in this matchup. And if not, I think he's played a little bit with Irithel. I'm not sure how much he's played it, but one of those two picks should definitely come out for the side of Avalon.
To be honest, I would kind of favor the Irithel just because there is a little bit more movement that's going to be coming out, especially when you look at the board here, right? He can kind of shut you down on this Broody, but on the Irithel, you can attack while you move, so you do have that comfortability of that movement freedom. But speaking of things that can kind of hinder you in one place, they're going to go ahead and lock in this Minotaur, and I don't think it's a bad pick at all. I do think it's going to give them a really easy time to contest some of these neutral objectives, as if Mobazane does pop that heavy spin, the Minoan Fury, or even just the basic knockup can kind of keep him stationary and kind of anti-climax that heavy spin. So I do think it's a pretty solid response there.
I'm actually surprised they go for this Beatrix lock right here. But I mean, I guess at that point when you do look at Joybaj's pick with this Kaja, the Beatrix doesn't make sense over things like the Irithel. It was more, you saw the carry as well, and maybe over the Brody fits that bill. You kind of need that single target, at least someone that can burst out on the Divine Judgment. And I guess the Beatrix, I mean, she's like Swiss knife of marksman, right? There's not really too many bad drafts, I would say, bad matchups as well that you can put Beatrix in. So it's something reliable. Still would have probably preferred to see a different marksman pick, but it is what it is. They do got a cookie cutter here and show on the Dire to kind of help with some of the front line. We'll see how it'll pay off for them, man. I'm really interested if Avalon can make this work. Dark Immortals, though, they have a really nice front to back composition. A lot of engage, have decent disengage as well with Minotaur, poke damage, early game farming, early game damage with the Bruno. It's a lot that can really work out for them here.
Yeah, and they also have the potential to rotate, right? We were talking about who had faster clear speeds earlier between the Gord and the Lilia. We do know Gord can just drop that second skill on the wave, and he can already get on to his rotations going there. But take us into this game here, Daku.
And without a moment's notice here, Dark Immortals Avalon loading in through the portal into the land of Dawn. Demon is speeding right now as they race out game one of the final series of today. This is going to be an electrifying one. And again, Dark Immortals is sitting up at 1-0 because of that forfeit of match one from Avalon, kind of showing up a little tardy, some naughty boys there. So Dark Immortals does have a bit of an advantage. They can just close out game one. They could walk away with a win. Maybe a win that'll come with a little bit of grunts, but you know, a win nonetheless.
Absolutely right. We did see the Starizla on the rotations. He was able to force out the retribution from Mobazane here, but Minotaur being chunked quite low. Demon, though, is making his parents be known. He did land that shot, but we're already seeing Yeho, though, on the invades, and that's just something that the Basha is capable of doing, stealing out some of the jungle. We're already seeing him farm up on that bot side, but if we look at the top side, we're seeing a little bit of focus as well as hovering over this top side to the gold lane here for the side of Avalon.
It looks like that's exactly what they want to play for. Joybaj leashing onto the creep to actually let Zane walk up and simply tap that. Now sitting at level 4. They've actually been able to leash on both of the creeps here from Mobazane to be able to take up and steal away. So now a little ahead of Eho here on the box here, but hang on. Might be some trouble here for the Minnow. Is going to be forced to use the Flicker. That's actually going to be huge. Maybe it'll force out those mobility spells nice and early.
Absolutely right, and he's still level 3, so he's not going to be able to have that Minion Fury for this first neutral objective as it does come up. Now, if we look at the rotations that is coming in for this side of Avalon right now, we're seeing Demon kind of let Joybaj there get his level 4 from the mid lane as he does rotate to the EXP lane, but the number advantage is looking in favor of Dark Immortals here.
And Yeho needs to focus up. They're committing on the Idos here, but needs to try to win out the retribution. Heavy spin comes out. Reggie's too early, and Mobazane will secure the 50-50, but here comes the penalty zone from the backside from Cardi. Kopsky will find the first kill with the Mystic Gush, and then the trade show will be able to find a kill. So it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Dark Immortals there.
Now, in the top side, if we look at the gold difference, Beatrix already leading by a couple hundreds, and that hundreds can turn into thousands if your team doesn't respond to it. We're seeing him having an easier time going up against this Bruno, kind of zoning him out, sending him back to the space already, right? We do see some rotations coming in here, but the side of Avalon is heavy on these invades here. They're kind of making their presence known. They're slowing down the jungle potential, but in the bot side, the Wrath being able to pick up that solo kill against this Terizla.
And right now you can see the pressure coming out from Avalon on the invade. The Divine Judgment and the Nibru's Passion will go ahead and put a kill into the hands of Mobazane. Heavy spin up against Shikamori here. That'll be another kill. Basic will find his first kill of the game, and Avalon is starting to run away with this one as they're up about almost 4K gold now.
Absolutely right. They're looking for Gore. They're not going to be able to find him, though. And that's the thing, right? Avalon already being able to secure the first tower down in the bot side, opening up that map a little bit. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a little bit of a no, actually, no swap is gonna be coming in. That wouldn't make any sense. Right, never mind. I take that thought back. But I do like what I'm seeing right now. Usually, you expect a pick like the Basha to be farming quite well, but Mobazane already level 8 in comparison to Basha's being on this level 5. But look at their positioning. They're camping these bushes. Demon coming in for some vision, and there they are, making their presence known yet again.
Right now, man, I mean, that XP difference in itself lets you know all you need to know about the difference between these two teams. Even though they were already put at match point, it does not matter. Avalon is completely brute forcing their way through Dark Immortals right now. They're basically just playing reactive and coming up short every time. Like, even right there, the jump there was so pointless. It actually made no sense. He just offered up a free kill to them, but now that he's 0-3, it's not like he hasn't been doing that already. Heavy spin, I didn't know this was an interaction. The shield unity still rolling as the heavy spin is connecting with him, kind of helping him roll up out of danger's way. But Zane going ahead and still stealing this orange buff. You can see they're trying to trade it in the bot side, but he's probably going to die for this as well. The Abysm Strike will go ahead and connect. He won't even be able to pick up the orange buff, so he really went cross map for no reason, and that's going to help them stretch out that XP difference.
Absolutely right. I feel like even with their composition and them being over 3K gold behind, they still have a relatively scaling composition, right? They have the Gore, they have the Bruno on their side. They can afford to play it slow in the early games, because the more they try to invade when their economy is not in their favor right now, they're just boosting the side of Avalon a little bit more. But if they were to deny them from getting more additional kills here, we did see a flicker play there.
That Divine Judgment will come up huge. Basic picks up the kill onto Kopsky there. They are trying to pressure in onto this mid lane. Don't have a minion wave just yet. There is a fresh one incoming. I wonder if they will go ahead and try to commit. Mobazane has the heavy spin if he does want to try to zone out members from over there. You can see the Astral Recall trying to line up maybe some poke shots. They're actually trying to secure up this purple buff here. And that'll be really easy. Basic taking some shots up against the tower. Still won't be able to make it fall, but slowly but surely chipping away. He actually got his eyes down on the bot side turret here.
Absolutely right. We're seeing Joy Bosch letting his presence be known to apply some zoning potential, stalling the minions so they can go ahead and safely secure this tower there. And Dark Immortals just not being able to find much on the map. Again, Yeho might be in an uncomfortable position as a 2v1, and I think he's going to fall here.
He is going to fall. Show picks up the kill on to him. He will absolutely make sure of that. And right now, Avalon again, still putting pressure on the mid. Haven't been able to crack the tower just yet. But eventually, with the way they're spacing this map, with the way they're playing these side lanes, pulling attention, it should go ahead and fall before too long. And right now, with Zane actually holding two of these minions, it's only one minion there. This is actually the moment. This is the opportunity they've been waiting for to go ahead and pick up this tower.
Absolutely. And speaking of things that's being picked up, Kaja just got that fleeting time. It's going to give the ultimate a little bit more cooldown. We did see the Astral Echo going in, but nothing was able to happen just yet other than revealing their locations, right? Beatrix being able to secure that Blade of Despair, and she is building into some more physical penetration right now, but a Divine Judgment.
Divine Judgment not able to pick up the kill this time. Yeho will connect onto base, but does have the flicker. Penalty zone will miss the mark. Things being wasted trying to take out the marksman from Avalon, but he just has the impeccable footwork here and the situational awareness to evade death.
Absolutely right, but you have to keep this Roth in mind with his positioning. He's looking for these cutoff points in these bushes to catch them off where they're not going for. And if you notice, they're not even sparing any time with this Minotaur. If they have the opportunity to burst him down, they are, because that's one of the things with the tank like Minotaur. Yes, he does have some sustainability as the match scales on. Early game is not really where he truly shines. And when your team has Snowball, look at the gold lead right now coming in from the side of Avalon. The Astral Echo was popped in and they're looking for this tower. Divine Judgment goes down.
This facilitated another kill. That's Adios' here, 7th assist. The show will pick up a double here. Avalon completely eviscerating here the side of Dark Immortals. The recall spam's coming out, and you know what that means and what time it is when Avalon's feeling that comfortable. It's gonna be another outer turret picked up in the mid lane, looking for a little bit more. They're gonna look to try to catch out Cardi. He went for the flicker, but it's not enough. Actually, it is. The penalty zone will be used to escape, and Adios will be punished for the engagement. It's been working the whole game, but in that particular moment, that particular scenario, went into the favor of Dark.
And that's a really good save coming in from Kovsky on this Gord, being able to find that stun as well as the Mystic Gush to comboed with the tower shots as well to find Joy Bodge there on this Kaja. It was a good attempt, but unfortunately they did have a response. The Astral Echo goes down. I'm not sure if it connected to the Gord. I can't really tell right now, but it didn't really catch anyone on the team. They are going to be able to secure this tower. Beatrix again looking at her items, picking up this Malefic Roar, definitely going to penetrate through some of the lacking defense coming in from the side of Dark Immortals though. But they are looking to open up the space. We're seeing them heavy on the aggression here, and they are going to successfully break into the base of Dark Immortals.
Adios has a Divine Judgment. He doesn't have the flicker, but you can see that he wants to go ahead and pull it. At this point, any ultimate from him is definitely basically a guaranteed kill here for the side of Avalon, as Basics taking snipe shots at the tower. You can see that he really wants to go ahead and try to go ahead and take the towers away from Dark Immortals, go ahead and open up the base completely. They have a lot of work to do right now. If they want to go ahead and make it work, there is a wave up there, but they're not really going for anything. They're just waiting. Actually, just going to go ahead and pick up the Lord here and make this an easier task for them, if you will.
Absolutely right, and I think it's smart. I feel like if they were to stay on the base when you also have the potential to be poked down by Kovsky on this Gord, you can't really successfully get anything in that moment. So I do like the fact that they decided to be disciplined instead and go to secure that Lord. A concealed play was
no. And that's the penalty zone, but now here comes the heavy spin from Moba Zane. Divine Judgment off to the left. They should be able to pick up the kill on Yeho. Basic will go ahead and make sure of it. Cardi next in line potentially with the flicker. Not going to help the Renner shot there. Almost blasting one off the map. Avalon, though, have taken 2 members down. It's 5+1 with the Lord Buddy system pushing down the mid wave. And they're going to lock this in. They're going to take this before Lord even can help them out. Basic will make sure of it, and Avalon will tie this lopsided advantage to Dark Immortals into a 1-1 reset.
Absolutely right. And looking at some of the items that's being built in here, there wasn't really much to be scaled up, as they did get that snowball to the Wrath, though being quite fed as they were able to pick up a chunk of the kills for the side of Avalon there, being able to scale up quite well, as well as Basic on this Beatrix, right? Being very objective focused, focusing on these towers, coming in at 66%. Overall team fight participation from Avalon very high as well, showing their synergy, showing their rotations. And I like that the engaged happened in unison, right? We saw the Astral Echoes going in, and that's when Joy Bodge goes in for the Divine Judgment or getting the flanks from the Darath, and then they respond on top of that. So I like that everything is in sync. They're not really rushing anything, and you can tell that they have the coordination.
Absolutely, and I mean, now it's been reset 1-1. If you're the side of Dark Immortals, you're feeling uncomfortable at this point. The fact that they didn't even really have a fighting chance, I would say. It was really all on to the side of BTK, or I said BTK, Avalon there was there. I mean, he got MVP. We can count it as a BTK game, that one. Avalon kind of got, brought along into that victory. But kind of hoping here to see, can they be able to, I don't know. I mean, it's tied up. It's still a better position than the majority of North America at this point. You're tied up with Avalon, as controversial as it may be. You literally just got to win one game. You only had to win one. You still only have to win one. But now Avalon only has to win one as well. And based off what we saw from game one, Dark Immortals could be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Immortals is known for some of these picks like the Valentina, the Faramis. So I'm thinking that maybe they should try to go a little bit for some things that they're a bit more comfortable with this time around. Definitely need a little bit more synergy as well in terms of their rotations, like going for the red buff on the Basha when the Wrath was right there. Just the decision making that has to be a little bit more precise, and I think that they do have a chance, definitely.
I mean, always got a fighting chance. I mean, that's the fun thing about competitive. Every dog has their day, and maybe this is kind of the number to pull up against Avalon, but that's really up to the players, right? And the level of execution they got, the discipline that they have, and really the mentality that you have. Taking a loss like that, especially when you have the lead, you know, in the series for Dark Immortals, it can be detrimental for a lot of teams to lose like that. When you have that advantage, that momentum, and it can either crush a team mentally or it can really fire them up. It honestly depends. You know what, Rem, actually was so funny because I was casting the other event with Aiko, and one of the things we said, it was a team that qualified to M5 this year, and they actually ended up losing the first match to Winions. And we were like, there's one or two ways they can respond. Either they completely fold or they come back and dominate. And I said, if I'm the coach for that team, the first thing I'm going to say, and it's the only thing I'm going to say to get them boys ready, is to say, I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. And boy, when I tell you that team came out and ended the game in like 11 minutes after losing a 35-minute match right before that. Hey man, to Winion, sometimes it just takes the right singular phrase and the right mentality to go ahead and bounce back. We're gonna see what Dark Immortals is I'm not an angry, I'm just disappointed bounce back kind of team.
I mean, we are gonna see the Novaria being played on their side this time around. Joybosh did lock in that Fredrin. Now we know with them it can be a flex pick, right? We've seen the Fredrin be played in their EXP. We've seen it be played as a roamer, but most commonly it also is a good jungler, and it's also something that Mobazane himself likes to pick up as well. So I do think I love the flexibility coming in. I do think this Claude being locked in this early is a really solid pick, only because he's one of those ADCs that he has the mobility, he also has the damage. Yes, it takes him some time to get there, but Basic knows how to scale up, right? Even if he's losing, he finds areas where he can get gold, and I think that's something that him and Mobazane has in common. When they're behind, they always look for opportunities to keep that gold distance relatively close.
And you know, speaking of keeping things relatively close, I'm surprised Dark Immortals didn't just go for the Irithel. She's very strong in the matchup against Claude. Not only does she have the better harass in lane, but when you're talking about scaling, Irithel just hits a lot harder than Claude does when they're reaching the late game and having full items. She's really a counter pick to him. So I'm surprised they didn't go for that, because while Bruno's good, short range kind of fizzles out after the mid game, doesn't have a lot of that AoE type of damage to go ahead and match something like Claude. You really have to win this lane to make this matchup work the best, and Irritel's just a lot easier because you have the harass, but you also match and exceed the late game scaling that Claude would bring out. So I feel like that's a bit of a misdraft there from Dark Immortals, but it could be one of those things back to pool and the players and kind of what they utilize and what they can play. But draft 3 wise, it's a no for me.
Yeah, and I definitely do think that Demon pulling out this Kadita here is also a good pick, which is also a flex pick. We've seen Joybosh play it in the roam position as well, and Demon can get something to fare off a little bit better going up against the draft. But even if it is a mid lane Kadita, it's still a pretty solid response up against the Novaria. And one thing I will say, I also believe that the Arytho would have been a better pick, because going up against the Kadita, she can move while she's basic attacking, right? It's going to take a lot of prediction to be able to catch a good Arytho player, just for the fact that she has so much mobility in terms of just movement. She doesn't even need a dash, she just has the mobility. But the Bruno, all he has, yes, he has his dash, but all he has, realistically speaking, is the Purify. And once that's baited out, the Fredrin could bait it out, the Claude could bait it out, because it does give you a little bit of speed up to get away. So there's a lot of things that can bait the Purify out, so Demon can actually shine, or the Kadita in general can shine when she does look for some of these pickoffs.
And you know, speaking of the pickoffs, and it kind of goes back to what I was saying about the Bruno. With that limited range, it's a lot easier for Kadita to find that as well. Even with the Purify, I mean, you have Fredrin, you have Kadita. It's not that hard to force out that spell. I mean, at that point, it's pretty much free game. The skill 1 from Kadita can pretty much reach anywhere Bruno's using his auto attack from, just because it's just a very minimal range, kind of one of these smaller ranges on the marksman. He kind of fits the same bill as someone like Carry. They're very very short range, very close range. Got to get up close and personal. And that's where Kadita wants you, up close and personal, but kind of make those type of plays. But this is interesting. If this Roger doesn't get locked in, that's going to solidify kind of what you were saying about, or should solidify what you're saying about this Rome Fred, unless they do move it over to Show. Actually, no, Show's locking in the R-Lot, so this could potentially be the Fred of Rome if Mobazane is still going to be looking for a jungler here.
Absolutely, right? I think it really depends on the last 2 picks coming in from the side of Dark Immortals. We saw the Alice being played in earlier in today's series, but now it's also being pulled out. So it's potentially going to be an Alice in that EXP lane, and then they're looking for the Hilda in that Rome position. I'm not too sure how confident I feel about the draft. I feel like they're missing early game damage here. They don't really have, I don't know, I just feel like looking at their draft and then you look at what Avalon has going for them, it just seems like they have a little bit more checkboxes being marked out.
That's a lot of questionable decisions in those last picks, man. This Alpha, this Hilda. I'm not sure where they think Hilda's supposed to make a lot of plays as far as the invasions. Yeah, no, I just don't see where it's supposed to come into play. You don't really have the mid lane with the better kill potential either as well to kind of back up Hilda to be looking to do that damage. I don't know. I don't get it. And I love playing Hilda. I think she's a great pick. It kind of slept on pick, but it's just not in the right scenario. But speaking of scenarios, we are going to be loading into the match now for Avalon taking on Dark Immortals. It's match point in between both these teams. The winner here will advance, and a loser at this point will be eliminated from the tournament. From House of Pisces, partnered up with Nighthorde and the MLSA, bringing you this very action and jam-packed event.
Absolutely, right? And I definitely do agree with what you just said there. So going into this game here, if we are looking at some of the win conditions for Dark Immortals, they have to play for that late game, right? The Alice definitely is going to be a problem in that late game. The Novaria also has pretty decent scaling and poke potential, as well as Maxi on this Bruno. The Hilda, like you mentioned, I'm not too sure who she's going to harass. Like, we're already seeing her on these rotations, but she's being late to the delays, so she's not really getting much done here. Yes, she's poking down Joy Bosh here, but that is a Fredrin, you know, that is not the target that you want to be focusing when you run the Hilda in that role position. It kind of makes it a little bit pointless. We do see Show there forcing out the retribution from Yiho on this export pick. But for Avalon, they do have early game. They do have that late game as well. They do have a good front to back composition as well as good dive as well as the disengage. So they definitely just have to play for these early game team fights, and definitely it's going to put Avalon on the path to power.
Ooh, we the path to power. Basic picks up a kill, doesn't get traded out. Yeho will find it, but it'll be right back potentially to the side of Avalon. Ideal's trying to run them down, but they just can't close the gap fast enough. So it's a 1-for-1 between both these teams.
Absolutely right, and that is the roamer for the gold laner, but up in the top side here.
You are seeing a bit of a 1v1. Mobazane coming out on top of it. Shiro dashing over the wall will go ahead and finalize that kill and take down Cardi. And now Avalon will look to advance, move forward, and take control of the river, and also take control of the first turtle simultaneously.
Yep, this Hilda's looking to provide vision, I guess. She's definitely not being the one to apply any pressure towards the side of Avalon as they take this first neutral objective pretty much uncontested though, but they're getting show quite low.
They are, but Show's dipping and dashing. And with Fred here, he's got pretty much unlimited passive at this point, as long as the CC is being chained up. And what a knockup.
Ooh.
Demon picks up the kill with the rough waves. And Avalon, like game one, starting to find their groove, and the momentum is coming in their favor.
Absolutely right. We're already seeing a Demon here trying to delay some of the farm with the Khadija. It does have the mobility to escape the shots coming in from the Hilda, but a good astral recall landing there from this Novaria. We're seeing a lot of focus being directed towards the bot side. We're seeing Dark Immortals looking for something here. Another good snipe coming in, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to make anything happen. But
oh, caught in the bad slots. Shikamaru able to escape with the spread, but Yeho might make a big play. Last Insanity will help Maxi find a kill. Yeho will pick up the other onto Demon. It's a double kill for the gold laner from Dark Immortals, starting to come alive a little bit. Shikamaru gets caught by the final slash. Show trades him out, but now might be caught in a bad spot. Is looking to dive on top of Yeho, and able to pick up the kill. Basic with a Blaze Duet with the snipe from the Astral Recall. Cardi chasing him down. Gonna be able to escape, but now it looks like Show's been left behind. Will he be able to maneuver out of this? Here comes Demon looking for the assist, lands a knockup, Vengeance pops up, and now the 1v2 gets turned around. No, Cardi still picks up the kill. Landed by the taunt, doesn't have a lot of mana. Looks like he's gonna be able to escape, and he will. What maneuver could possibly be smoother there, Rim?
absolutely right. Being able to kite around and dash around and living to tell another day, but also basic with the power of the BMI being able to escape there. But Joy Barge going in, we do see the last Insanity being baited out before this turtle. And with this knowledge, we're already seeing Mobazane on the invade here.
That's right, and they're going full on the invade. I think Demon, he does pick up the kill off screen, but on the screen, Shikamaru being met with a bit of resistance as he's trying to force the invade. Cardi is going to be able to use the instant transmission to get out of the way. Mobazane will now turn his direction towards this turtle. No one to contest him. It'll be a free pickup for Avalon, who needs it to keep this lead in their favor.
Now, I would say both sides are doing a pretty good job at keeping their towers up, though no tower has been taken down just yet. Look at Demon's positioning. He's kind of trying to kite around with this push to back up Mobazane here. We did see both retributions being popped in, the recalls you mentioned. You know what that means, what Avalon is recalling here, but they might look to take Shiki off the board here, but no, they're just gonna play it safe, exchange some poke damage before they fully look for an engagement.
Keep an eye on Demon. He is looking potentially for a flank play. If anyone walks into the bush, that is a bit of a squishy, but he actually gets meta by Shikamaru, so nothing to take there. Switzer in between the CC chain train, Show and him using the demonic gaze. Ido's trying to chase him down, but he runs into the Cyclone. Should be able to get away unless Demon connects, finds the Petrify, finds the knockup. Vengeance shouldn't be able to keep him alive, and it will not, as Demon will take him down with the rough wave recall.
Absolutely right. There's nothing more deadly than an angry mermaid there. But speaking of things that's being taken down. The tower in the bot side was snatched up as well. We're seeing a little bit of a 2v2 situation between the jungler as well, as showed there. But in the mid lane,
That's a good energy eruption. Good CC on the Eho. He will be able to roll out the figure of armor, letting him eject to safety there.
Autobots, roll out.
Roll out.
And honestly, at this rate, they just might have to, right? We did see a lane swap coming in, but Bruno doesn't have any backup. And again, it's because of this Hilda pick. Like, what was she really picked for? She's not being able to give any vision. She's not being able to protect anyone. She's not being able to harass. So it's just like you're having a player that's just not AFK on your team. But speaking of being AFK, someone that's going to be away from the action is Eho.
That man, that armor couldn't save him that time. The Autobots couldn't roll out fast enough. This is now Zane's go ahead and stealing away the orange buff from the side of Dark Immortals. Now Basic chunking away at Shikamaru. Is forced to use that sprint to escape and evade death there. Now Avalon looking to take the outer turret in the mid lane. Conceal play was made and down into the bush. Shikamaru doesn't have the sprint this time. If he gets caught in the CC, he's going to fall, and Adios will take the kill on to the roamer from Dark Immortals there.
There's just not any. The heroes don't mesh well at all, right? So you have the Novaria that can increase the hitboxes, but who is it gonna combo with? But speaking of combos here, we're seeing Avalon with their presence being in the jungle of Dark Immortals right now. This EXP laner for the side of Avalon show being able to cut these lanes against this Bruno and kind of give him a hard time. A killing spree was secured in this bot side, and that's also going to be another tower in their hands. But it's like I was saying, there's no synergy happening with any of these picks, and I just feel like if they had a better roamer, they would have had a chance. I don't understand. I don't see the potential that the Hilda had here.
It definitely didn't have any, and we kind of pointed that out as draft was concluding, that there wasn't a lot for it to kind of do, a lot for it to profit off of in this match. And I mean, again, that's just one of those things where it comes down to the draft game, right? These wasted picks, picks that just don't fit the certain compositions you're going up against, it could be a bad idea. But look at Demon looking to save Basic with the rough waves. He picks up his 4th kill of the game. But definitely no rust has fallen upon him since NACT concluded.
Absolutely right. But speaking of things to be followed upon,
Avalon looking to march down onto Dark Immortals, goes with a full-on dive here, trying to jump somebody, trying to make him low. No kill, but pops the immortality. The only one going down is Adios, though Maxi will go ahead and pick up a kill. Was that a recall spam from him?
I mean,
think
he's in a position, right? He did secure the kill. He hasn't fallen quite yet, and he is Dark Immortals' key to victory. Well, one of them, right? He does have the damage. He is a Bruno, so he does have that scaling potential, but so does this Alice, right? And I feel like as long as they can continue to stall this game, they would potentially be able to. But I like that Avalon is keeping the members of Dark Immortals in check while Claude is working on securing this first Lord of the game.
That's right, and it's an easy pickup for the side of Avalon. They could absolutely look to go ahead and maybe close out the game with the first Lord if they play the aggression right. If they're able to synchronize the waves to be able to into a fashion that will let them collapse and end the game, clear out these towers. As you can see right now, Basic's kind of on lane duty. He's taking out that outer turret. Go ahead and proxy the wave there. The minions will take care of that, and now it's just about them kind of getting on the same page to take down Dark.
Absolutely right. We're seeing some good poke damage coming out from Novaria, which is being played by Kobska right now, with the Lord marching down the mid lane.
It's going to be a final slash, a huge one there. Will it be enough? Demon into the backside. He's actually going to be taken out by Switzer. Basic finds a kill on the card. He's going to be able to trade it out. DPS coming out from Basic with the auto attacks. He finds the double. Will he be able to find the triple? Does find the triple. Will he be able to pick up the Maniac with the Blazing Duet? He can't be able to pick up the Maniac. No, he gets shut down by Kopsky, but it does not matter. Avalon with the Lord should be able to end the game right here. No, Lord falls. No minion to end it yet, and I think they're going to have to back away from this one. Dark Immortals, they have successfully defended that.
Absolutely. I feel like going in for that potential Maniac play was not the move. It would have looked relatively nice, but unfortunately, he was not able to stay alive long enough so they could push that tower. Now, I did mention that Dark Immortals does have the scaling capabilities. If you look at Bruno, he does have the Malefic Roar as well as his other two core items to be able to dish out some of that burst damage, right? Now that he also has the Malefic Roar, he can kind of penetrate through some of the heavy defense that we're seeing being built in for the side of Avalon right now, but another engage here on the bot side.
Avalon trying to make the plays. Mobazane finds Kovsky. Traded out Shikamaru. We'll go ahead and take him down. So it's a 1-for-1. And honestly, when you're down and out right now with Dark Immortals, I think a 1-for-1 is honestly a good trade because the only one with something to lose here is Avalon. And Dark Immortals, a kill is a kill. It adds to their economy. So I think 1-for-1's always work in the favor of the team that's kind of looking for the comeback.
Yeah, especially when it's coming from one of the damage dealers as well. We do know that he's able to put out a lot of true damage. But speaking of damage being true,
it's a knock up Vengeance. It won't be able to save Switzer this time. Final Slash will bring one over the wall. Yeeho will take down Show. Double kill from Basic again. He is winning out the team fight for Avalon. This time they might be able to close it out. They do have their marksman, but he's 1 HP. He's going to actually have to force the recall back with a recall from Kopsky. He wants to try to find Claw, but not going to be able to catch him.
yeah, and Basic just keeps escaping with a sliver of HP remaining, right? We're seeing him still being very aggressive despite not having this HP at his favor right now, but that's not going to stop him. He has enough lifesteal. Another engage coming in here.
There's another engagement that should be able to win it. Appraiser's Wrath and Mobazane's true damage from Beta will go ahead and make sure that happens. They could look to make the call to just end the game here. And they are actually going to keep the pressure. Just going to let Basic solo the Lord. The rest of the team, though, will see what they can do here if they can go ahead and end it out. And in between Alpha, in between Fredrin. Oh, wait a minute! Dark Immortals turning the fight around. Rough Ways will be able to save Demon. Alpha Charge will save Mobazane. No one will fall, but boy, was that risky for them to make those kind of plays. But now it's a Basic here that is full HP. The rest of the team, though, has left him. He does have the battle mirror image on the backside to go ahead and escape. He was never in danger. And now he's kind of just toying with him, kind of chipping away at the members from Dark Immortals.
And that's kind of the downsides to the export, right? It's either they bait out the last insanity, or they just chunk his shield HP down just enough so he doesn't even have the affordability to do so. But Avalon heavy on this poke. They're trying to keep these waves in check so that they can get the most out of this Lord. It's going to be crashing down the mid side as minions are on the bot side, but Dark Immortal is doing a good job to kind of keep the Lord off of the inhibitor.
They definitely did do a great job of dragging that off to the side. That's just how you play with the Lord, kind of force that aggro. Right now, though, Demon finds Maxi. That was a pickoff of all pickoffs. Yeeho tried to trade in with the last Insanity. It was only going to be taken down, forcing the Immortality out. He will go ahead and join us up here at the caster's desk. Avalon with the final slash coming out from their XP laner. Basic into the backside with the Blazing Duet. Finds one on the Kopsky. And right here, they can go ahead and end the game. All they got to do is lock the base, but they'll take Switzer down with them right before that. And Avalon with the reverse sweep, even with the unlikely start up against Dark Immortals.
Yeah, and it just comes down to draft, right? We always say that draft is 50% of the game and how you execute it is the other 50%. But in this game, it was just, they played it to the T, right? Having the Fredrin for that flexibility in the draft and then saving the last pick to be the perfect response to the picks that was coming out for the side of Dark Immortals. And again, I just didn't understand why most of these heroes were picked together. They offer nothing. It looks like a bunch of solo queue players who didn't get to play their main roles. That they're just like, I'm done. I don't really care about this game anymore. Just let me play it and not go AFK so I don't lose credit score. But that's literally what it gave. And it's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate because I feel like they had so much potential to have a comeback or give a fight back. At least throw some hands. Don't just stand there and take it. Bat a finger.
Get the boxing.
You know, yeah. But a good game played from Avalon overall, honestly.
Overall, a great one. And that's going to be it for the last series of the night with Avalon and Dark Immortals. Again, Avalon takes the win. But that's going to be all from us. Let's send this back over to the main man of the hour. Yue, where you at, my man?
Yes, sir. We are here, guys. This concludes the House of Pisces X Nighthorde tournament for the top 16s. We actually had one of the quarters match being played today. So tomorrow we will have the rest of the 3 quarter matches coming up. We will send the schedule out pretty much tonight. So guys, be out on the lookout for that. But this is your host, Yue. We're going to see you guys next time. We're going to see you guys tomorrow, actually, for the quarterfinals. And yeah, that's it. You guys all have a good night.
Payback time. My world is the sky. You don't know how close death is. Feel my pain.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, 2 sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the God of light and the God of darkness, the 2 opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Eruditio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, this is our history that every scholar in Eruditio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you. Or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
Engines roaring and ready to go.